1, 2, mic check. What's going on? Hey, Addy, how are you? I missed you too. I've been very busy with background crap and streams not running and technical issues. I think I fixed everything or over the weekend. I think I got it all done. So I think we're streaming this morning to a bunch of different platforms and see if I can get all this stuff here in the background. What am I doing here? SPX, turn all of that off for now. Reset that. Morning out there. How are y'all doing? So we have a lot of format changes going on right now, and just close that up a little bit. We have a lot of format changes going on, and everything is kind of new to me, and we're running into technical difficulties trying to get a new stream up, new format, new show format, a whole bunch of different stuff, and it's been hold on 1 second here. Give me just 1 second. I'll be right back with you guys. All right, here we go. Sorry about that. I'm getting technical phone calls in the background that I'm doing something wrong here. So I apologize for the wait in the background. Give me just one quick second here. Let's see where we're at here. Get rid of the old Manny be right back thing. All right. How do I turn that off right there? Let's fix this right here. No. Oh. What am I doing wrong there? Doing something wrong. Shouldn't be able to move that though either, and I can. I don't know why I can do that. That should be locked, and it's not. Just let me get that real quick. Okay. Oh, lock that. Break time, be right back. Still having issues here in the background, gang. And I apologize. Okay, close that up. All right, good morning. Let's start that introduction over again. So it is Christmas or holiday or Hanukkah or Kwanzaa or Festivus for the rest of us. Time of the year. So this is one of the times of the year where the market can be kind of on a cruise control. It's one of the only times of the year too where I can make major changes. And if things go wrong, it's a little bit more okay. A lot of the year is not like that. There's only like 2 times of the year. There's like the summer doldrums and the holiday season, where I feel like I can put the market on cruise control, and if something goes wrong in the background, technically, we can get through it. And that hasn't, of course, we have run into technical issues. Matter of fact, I had to take a phone call right as I started the show because of a technical issue in the background. Coffee. And getting making all these changes is a challenge at the very least. It's like an expansion with an orchestra, and you have to make sure that each player or member of the orchestra knows what they're doing. And if they don't know what they're doing, you got to stop everything, especially when you like orchestra practices, right? Stop everything and go find that one clarinet player and go make that a flat, not a sharp. And sometimes you got to do it 3 or 4 times, and so that things work in unison. So at any rate, we're making these changes. You don't see it on your end, but in the back end, it's much larger than it has been. And so there's a lot going on in the background. I think we leave it at that. I sound deeper. Well, I did work a ton on my audio. So my audio situation is like this. My audio situation is have 3 or 4 different mixers going on with different inputs, and I've got compressors and expanders and all these other tools wrapped into these mixers. So my voice may sound different. I do have one problem still, though. Whenever I turn Streamlabs off, I get no audio on this desk. Which I used to have audio, but however I rerouted all of this stuff, I'm back to, I still have probably 3 or 4 hours of work to map all of this out and find out where I'm going wrong. I'm sure it's 3 hours. Everything I'm doing right now is like 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours, 6. Some of this stuff is tens of hours. You got to remember, I got to do like style sheets, I gotta do color guides. I gotta make sure that there's like mind maps of where everything leads back to. All of that stuff. There's like mapping that has to go on, and then there's technical. Then there's production stuff. Then there's minimum requirements for all this stuff to get out and all that kind of stuff. So it's huge. It's kind of cool. I can't wait until it breaks. The only thing that I keep thinking about is at some point, likely a Microsoft update is going to break all of this. So I think I have to hire someone to build me a studio with Linux. There has to be some kind of like Linux based compute going on, so I don't get any more updates and everything is just dedicated, right? Microsoft is brutal. They use AI now. They're relying more and more on AI to make decisions for you. A lot of today is like, oh well, we know that this is going to help this user to have a better experience, and that may be the case for most people. That they get on the internet and they search. But if you're using your Microsoft or your Windows based, I said Microsoft. Yeah, it's Microsoft. But if you're using your Windows based PC in any other form, it's a disaster. So anyways, blah blah blah, that's this and that's that. So we have a lot to go over. We are looking for some kind of a rejection or bull trap here on the opening bell this morning. Now there's two paths we can take today. There is an upward path from here, and there is a somewhat pinned downward path into Wednesday's FOMC meeting. Sell the vol into Tuesday close, something like that. We have a bunch of stuff we have a lot going on this week. This week's very very busy and mechanically busy. You've got spread buyers, option sellers. We've got DivX stuff, quarterly DivX stuff. You've got like roving bands of boiler rooms that are probably going to try to capture at some point the DivX trade if they can. They try to do that every quarterly OPEX. We've got Fixpiration. We've got VIX that continues to the bottom. We'll take a look at the VIX trade today as well. We've got triple witching, right? What else we've got? We've got major reports this week. Let's go over to this screen here, I think. Yeah, right here. This is the economic calendar for this week. There's not much today. We had the Empire State Manufacturing Index, S&P Global Composite PMI Flash at 9:45. At 11:30, we got a 3-month and 6-month bill auction. But then not much today. Tomorrow, though, we roll into something that is important: retail sales month over month. This has been in past months a negative. Kind of a negative report, but durable goods has bounced and is on an uptick. So I am interested in retail sales as this begins to become more of a positive catalyst in the future. And after that we've got not retail sales. We've got Redbook year over year at 855. A bunch of different data down here, manufacturing, but none of this is really important. The all eyes, of course, are on Wednesday. We do have building permits preliminary on Wednesday morning at 8:30. So if you got retail sales that was a negative catalyst, building permits, we knew months ago that the real estate market was rolling over because real estate data, building data, real estate data is delayed by about 3 months in the reports the Fed uses for the FRED that they then look at, but we can get that data early. So building permits, I'm looking for that to start to turn negative as a negative catalyst as well. Now, later on in the daytime, we get the FOMC rate decision, and we get the SEPs, right? The economic projections. That's a quarterly economic projection, which we get 4 times a year. and has been building. It's not negative per se, but the last three SEPs have been looking like more microscope on the effects of inflation next year, not this year. Am I in the right place here? God damn it, I gotta change this camera too. So I gotta shift my seat over. So we do get SEPs on during the FOMC rate decision on Wednesday. Now, should you care about the FOMC rate decision? Probably not. You're probably going to get 25 BPS. That would be the expectation. You're going to see a regime change in the both houses of Congress. You're going to see a regime change in the presidency. And you're likely going to see some kind of a change in the FOMC between or finishing up policy, I should say, in this whole regime change, and then looking towards the House, the Senate, and the presidency for what direction they want to take the economy and how that could affect our business cycle, and then adjust policy from the Fed based on some of that stuff, and of course unknown unknowns and other catalysts that the government doesn't have any effect on our economic or business cycle. So I would expect that 25 BPS. And not only that, but the Fed has not been fighting the markets or retailers or banks. They've been very communicative with policy change, and so they change verbiage these days, whereas they used to just drop hammers on us. And that usually takes 1 or 2 meetings to get those changes to where we actually get a policy change. So I would expect more of that right now, unless we get some kind of negative velocity in data. Though we do have data right now, 3 to 4 months of data that is pointing towards some possible bad shit coming down the road in the next 3 to 6 months. Notwithstanding, we also had the inversion of the yield curve. Does that mean the market's going to crash today? No, that shit takes 3 to 6 months at minimum. And not only that, but it doesn't. The uninverted yield curve is not 100% accurate. It's kind of your worst indicator for doom and gloom in the future. It's not one of my preferred gauges. Something that subsellers like to, not just subsellers, newspapers, CNBC, Bloomberg, whatever, uses as a way to sell newspapers or sell news. So for me, I don't really care about it. It's like a third or fourth order tool for predicting recessions, in my view. At any rate, duration, right? We had duration. We had an inverted yield curve. We had people 3-4 years ago saying, "Oh, look, we got this, and the market's going to crash," and it didn't happen. So here we go. So we got 2 p.m. Wednesday. We've got the FOMC rate decision. We got SEPs. 2:30. We get the presser. I think it's a kind of a foregone conclusion as to what's going to happen that day. They'll be looking for language change. We'll be looking for that as well. Thursday, we get the GDP growth rate quarter over quarter final on Thursday. Also note that we've got, of course, expiration OPEX on Friday. And then we've got DivX this week as well. And then on Friday, we get core PCE at 8:30 in the morning. And so it's kind of a busy week, right? From there, we head into the holiday week, one of the holiday weeks. December 23rd, we get the Chicago Fed National Index, still not big, nothing big, but we do. Tuesday is kind of a big one right before Christmas, durable goods. And then moving on from there, we don't get much. We get claims on the 26th. And then on the 27th, we get nothing there that I can see that's big, nothing big here. We're kind of like done for the year, kind of done until we get into January 3rd, we get the ISM manufacturing PMI, and we actually get some heavy data as we head into the first week or two of January. It's not showing up here in this calendar, but I want you to make you aware of it, that we are getting some data in the first couple weeks of January. Now, this morning, another topic here, or a few topics to talk about. MicroStrategy shares jumped as Bitcoin proxy will join the NASDAQ 100 index and the QQQ index. I do want you to know that we've got, what do we got? What do I got here? Hold on here. Palantir, MicroStrategy, and Axon Enterprises are set to be added to the NASDAQ 100 before the market opens. on December 23rd. So that's one more thing we have to look forward to into the end of this week and the start of next week, that all these companies will be added to the NASDAQ 100. NASDAQ actually looks quite nice right now. It looks healthier than, let's say, YM or IWM or even S&P 500, where S&P 500 was down last week. SoftBank CEO in Trump to announce a $100 billion investment in the U.S. firm. Amazon and the endangered future of the middle manager. Many New Jersey drones cited. Sightings are manned aircraft being misidentified as drones. We'll talk about that later today. I think that one's kind of fun to talk about. Honeywell considers spinning off its aerospace business amid Elliott's breakup push. France rushes aid to Mayotte with hundreds feared dead. Hunger, cyclone Chido. Jim Cramer's top things to watch in the stock market on Monday. Yay. I guess we sell all that, right? Here's Monday's biggest analyst calls: NVIDIA, Apple, Tesla, Broadcom, Netflix, and more. As a matter of fact, you should be getting some updates this morning on, if you're a pro trader, on all of those Mag 7 stocks. What else do we? Oh, why the U.S. government is saying all citizens should use end-to-end encrypted messaging. This article right here, it's kind of fascinating. I'm trying to switch all of my phone contacts over to Signal, and I'm shocked at how many people have not read any of this news, that you should not be calling anyone from a different phone. So if you have an iPhone, if you speak to other iPhone users, you're good to go. But if you speak to an Android user, you should be switch to WhatsApp or Signal. Remember, WhatsApp, I think, is owned by Facebook. Signal not being owned by Facebook. What else do we have here? I think that's it. That's all I got there. JP, we don't need to read any of that stuff. Okay, so we went through the calendar. We're going to head over to the opening bell positioning, maybe. Let's try this one. Let's see what this one is. All right. Dude, why is my face not showing? Well, like, what? Wait a minute here. Where's my old, Jim getting coffee? Sweet. I don't know why I got Jim over here doing all this stuff. Okay. Let's take a look here. There's a few things for us. We got to look at Gamma this morning. We got to look at a few things here. So number one, here's where your main resistance is above here. It's 607.07. We could count this as being the low being put in over here. We could have there's kind of like a one. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're done and we're going higher. It's possible. It's possible. More than likely, though, these sellers are going to attempt to come in and send us lower into Wednesday. Now, I told you that the FOMC rate decision is probably a foregone conclusion. And we also have murdered a bunch of options last week, right? Last week they came in and killed options, and they're kind of parking the bus. You can see that too, right? They're like, oh, no, not too quick. We're not going higher yet, bro. We're going to rope you into this zone trading, and hopefully a window opens up for you to get up into OPEX. Window, what do they call it? Window of weakness, maybe a window of weakness or a window of strength to go to the upside. So you're still kind of just looking for a dip to buy down here. No real change. I know that I bought the dip here at 604, 605 for a Jan print. Last week I bought some calls. I got destroyed last week in the options market. I bought options twice last week, and only twice. I didn't get to make my money back. I was too busy with shit in the background trying to fix stuff for the show. But this is, for me at least, the way is to the upside, whether it's early or late. I don't know, and I don't care. When I come into these holiday seasons, I try to find a low. If it's bullish, it's a bullish holiday. I try to find a low, buy a spread, and don't watch it. I don't watch it. I do it for Thanksgiving, I do it for Christmas, and I do it for January. Into like mid-January, mid-February, usually, we roll down. Sometimes it's extended. We had an extension last year into March. We still rolled down, though, right? We still had that holiday weakness. It was delayed, but you still get those nice 3 prints in a bull market. Usually, at least 3. One minimum, but 3 is kind of like the magic, if you can make that happen. Finding something that you are comfortable with and look for that print into either end of month or the first week of January. So that's still the game plan here. Nothing's really changed. So even looking right here, right now, we're going to take a quick look at the, let me just show you gamma here really quick. So give me one quick second. Take a look at gamma. And just see what it's telling us. Not much has changed down here. Go over here. Gamma flip. where all the bears want you to be. We can bring this over here for you. You know, all the bears are like... I was thinking about the bears this morning. They always have to spend so much time explaining why the market should crash. They always sound so smart. And I'm always like, why do they have to sound so smart, and yet it doesn't happen? And, you know, it's always like, we just want to go down here, Cap. You know, just clean all this gap stuff up down here. And then you can go higher. And then, of course, it turns into, well, we want to go a little bit lower now, right? We're lying to, you know, that's the discussion. So your gamma flip is down here at 6048.01. Okay, you see the demand coming in on this bar here. We'll look at this on a 1 hour basis really quick and just watch where the buyers are. We'll look at a 4 hour basis too, and let's just look at it. You've got demand here. Okay, you got demand right here. Higher low, higher low. Okay, it's a 4 hour basis. And you can see that demand is here. There was a buyer right here. I bought right here. More buyers stepped in right here. More buyers stepped in right here. So on a 4 hour basis, you know the buyers are here. We're in a bullish stance, whether you like it or not. Question, though, becomes, can we escape? Right? How do we escape this stuff? Now, the gamma flip is right here, and this gamma flip is creeping higher, right? Gamma flip keeps going up and up and up and up for this quote-unquote bull trap. That's not necessarily the case as of right now, right? They keep buying it and sending us higher than the gamma flip. We also know that they destroyed those options up here at 610, right? So all these options are dying, or were dying last week, and also we've got OpEx. We've got one of the large, or I'm going to guarantee at this point, one of the largest OpExes in history. We're 610 or 6100 on SPX. All these options die, and we're free to move higher and above 6100 into the end of the week. Now, until then, or I should say, here's Friday, right? This is Friday at 1600. Let's do 1530 there. There's a window where this gets weaker and weaker and weaker, and the market is actually able to trade above and out. Now, there are some problems with this. If that DivX gang comes in here, if you guys don't know about the DivX gang, go find Vol Wiz. He'll explain it all to you. Oftentimes, they'll come in and buy the S&P 500, run it up, capture the DivX, then dump it on the market into like Vixpiration, and then we go higher afterwards. I said this in the brief last night where you could see us like have strength, but then it sells the next day. Like you get strength into a close, then you wake up at 9:30 in the morning, 8:30 in the morning, you brush your teeth, drink some coffee, and they're selling. You're like, we're going to break out right now. And in fact, it's just these boiler rooms just dumping. They capture the DivX trade. They capture the dividend. They dump the shares back in the market. Of course, all the option sellers and the fucking butterfly holders are all pissed off and whatever. And it's like a quick little operation. Does that happen this time? I don't know. But I would be looking for it. If you see any like huge breakouts early week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday to capture that DivX trade, be aware that it is there. Okay. Now, otherwise, just think of it like this. Resistance, buyers, right? Buyers and sellers. take it coast to coast. Don't get caught in this volatility. If we begin to make a new high or break above, make a new high, we'll then take the next long to the next level at 6150. So let's take a peek here at Gamma. This is SPX Gamma. We got 101 million. This is firming up at 6,200. That means calls are being rolled higher. That's good to see. We have 105 million above here. This is where your call wall is here. This is also where your target is. As a matter of fact, this is where all my calls are. 615, 620, 25 into January. So I'm hoping to capture all of this as we head higher. This is local resistance. Right now, it currently sits at 151 million. So a lot of resistance here, right? 151 million, you'd expect for us to get caught in here. At least until the expiry into Friday for OpEx. Now, there's one last thing to say on this topic here with that Vixpiration trade. If we do catch any kind of weakness down here, still haven't bought like major like money like 30,000, 50,000. I haven't had any big calls for January yet. I'm still waiting for some kind of doom like this to happen. I don't know if I get that trade. I'd like to see it in and around Vixpiration or that DivX trade. If there's any way for us to get like some kind of like momentary, I don't know, like just a big old flush down below, I'd be really interested in catching some of that down here. Here, wherever. You want to bring it down here, make this like a flat correction with some kind of like one more downside move. I'd be totally interested. I think a lot of traders want that too, and they could possibly be left behind if they have no exposure already to the upside. So be aware of that too. Let me take a look here. The SPX Gamma right now, 500 net Gamma is 592.8 million. 6,100 is that big wall. We have a target above of 6,150, and then the real call wall is like 6,200 right now. So let's go back to the main screen here. This is an hourly basis, and this is like by the dip starts to get sketchy up here. And then a major resistance up here on this prior high. That's how that Gamma is showing right now. Resistance here, resistance here. If you look on velocity on a 30-minute basis on SPOOs, get that nice new close, get the daily velocity back up again. Hourly velocity looks strong as fuck. Let's take a peek at hourly velocity. This looks really nice right here. Always like seeing that negative to positive from the morning. Cranking up right now. Maybe we can get a nice little push higher and then come back down into Tuesday and Wednesday. So bullish. Feeling good right now on bullishness on Monday morning. I was wondering if we were going to get a bull trap above here this morning, but velocity looks really good. So I'm kind of bulled up here. On S&P 500, though you know these guys are going to try to come in. So look at a 15-minute basis here. One quick second here. Nope, I did that wrong. Make that red. One quick second here. Make that one dotted for now. I just want to make sure that any back test of this trade right here holds. So 1 hour, that's a 4 hour right here. There's a 1 hour rejection and the big boy 4 hour rejection right there. Down. If this can hold, we should be able to trade higher. If not, if we break below this, we'll look to that lower low that we talked about in the brief last night. As of right now, daily velocity looks good. Excuse me. Five-minute check back here. Time is what time is 10:30? 10:30. Sellers coming in like regular. His sellers love coming in at 10:30 in the morning and selling the market down. There's 10:30 right there. Time is 11:30. Right there, we'll see if they're successful or not. Whew. They love selling this 10:30 right here. All these futures from Globex traders. We also have a cross right now already happening a little bit early. Let's see if they're successful. Watching VIX 9-day down here. Just one quick second here. I'm going to read some news to you next. President-elect Trump's transition team is working on efforts to roll back President Biden's EV and emission policies, according to Reuters. Oppenheimer raises Netflix target to $1,065 from $825. Quote, Netflix remains the only investable mainstream media stock driven by, one, competition continuing to weaken, benefiting already industry low churn and driving content cost leverage, and two, upside to monetization and subscribers estimates as the company has proven it can be a platform to for live events, further unlocking greater than 500 global households. Near term, we expect positive commentary from NFL Christmas Day games, similar to Paul Tyson fight, driving sentiment into fourth quarter earnings. Target based on 20 times PE discounted at 7%. Netflix's next earnings is January 21st. Hey, what's up, AMD? Wonder how we got to AMD. Oh, yeah, we should look at AMD. Hold on here. I was asked about AMD. Let's take a look at AMD really quick because they're doing the thing right now. Bottom right-hand side. AMD. I was asked about AMD heading into So this is AMD right here. I was asked about AMD heading into their earnings, and they had a disappointing ER. And we gave two outlooks based on their options. And we had two paths that we drew out for AMD. The first path was that we would hit this target here into their earnings. If they had a good earnings and good outlook, that we would continue higher later into the week. But if they had a bad earnings and outlook, that we would take a different path down to the downside. Their outlook, their earnings were okay, and their outlook was not that good. So we did chart this all out at the same time for AMD to head lower. And we had a buy down below here at 121.80, 115.59. It hasn't followed path exactly, but it's kind of close. And so AMD in particular, keep your eyes on AMD. I liked this trade down below here. One, because of the instigation of the move for earnings down at 115.59. But even more so, I want to show you something here on a 30-minute basis. I can show you this. It's been like accumulate, distribute, but let me just show you this really quick here. This daily velocity has been bottoming out with a series of higher lows going back to early November. On a daily basis, AMD still has more room to run on higher frames. Now, they have been selling down since November of 2021. And in defiance, the AMD has continued to rocket ship higher and higher and higher. But on a monthly basis, I want to show you this. This is the one that is kind of getting me here. And this, of course, modeled with this one right here. And this one right here, this weekly accumulation on major lows. And then we've got higher lows on a weekly basis, and then ramping positivity on a monthly basis on AMD. So AMD in particular, it hasn't been bought yet, but let's take a peek at it here and look at the way AMD has moved, blast up, all the way down to its quarterly basis down here. But they started buying it in this bull run right here. Let's look at this one right in here. This is October of 2023, monster move, right? Monster move right here on May 3rd of 23, big move right there. Another big move right here. We went from big move right there. What is that? 40%. It's a nice move for tech. A little bit of weakness here in S&P 500, trying to sell us down to that half an hour and hourly cross. And then right now, where it stands right now is it's a little oversold here. See it right there? And they bought this bad boy right down in here. So I'm looking to see if this turns around. Keep your eyes on AMD for a turnaround. If it does not turn around, the expectation is we're going to trade, let me take a look at this, $91. Not 91 at minimum. So you're talking about another downside move of 25% in the stock, which is significant, right? 91.71. This is a quarterly basis. Let me hold on a second here. We end the quarter. Hold on here. Go a little bit lower, a little bit higher with this, right about there. 4-hour basis. Right about there. $9,100. That's still 18% lower. They bought this right here at 115.74. We're coming into an alert right now at 121.80. So like right somewhere right in here. 121.80. I expect the buyers to jump in down here. Now, how do you trade this? Would be the biggest question. We're on the monthly trigger right now on AMD. You want to look for some kind of recovery. So on a 30-minute basis, you'd want to see, let's get rid of this. Hold on here. They have an earnings on January 28th. Not a bad trade, right? 12.16, about 6 weeks left into their next ER. Daily trigger coming down. I want to see this daily trigger come down and start to turn up. Before taking a long here, you don't need the first person in this trade. But you do want to pay attention to it. Let me look at some trades here. Hold on. Call spread, AMD. Let's take a look back here. Man, I would love to see that move down there. I would really like to. I think I'm so greedy. I'm like, just give me that fucking, just give me that like that wick. Give me that like $97 wick down there. Look at these moves here. 20, 30, 40% moves. Like part of me just begging for, I'm not gonna lie, like part of me is begging for just kind of a blood moment. Like right down there. Warp, $95. Bullshit bad mood news. And then buy a ripper down there. Set an alert on 97.93. For shits and giggles. I think I'm being too greedy here. Crossing down. I think I would just own it at that point. Buy stonk. Something in here is more reasonable, though. Like this 121.80, 115, 80, 59. Another thing, too, another idea, too, synthetically, if you did a call spread that was more in the money, if we were to tag this 121, you do a call spread, with this in mind. So if you did get that blast, and then get more aggressive with call spreads if we break above the daily trigger and get a 4 trigger cluster. And that's what I want to talk to you about here today. If don't execute the trade right now, but what you're looking for is for a recovery in AMD. The hourly trigger, if that's price, you're looking for the hourly trigger to swoop up and then get the daily trigger underneath it. And the monthly trigger underneath. And you get this cluster here. And this cluster right here turns into a very bullish outcome. You get the monthly velo on the upside. You get the daily velo on the upside. And you already know that the weekly velocity is weakening. We're having higher lows on weekly velocity. So if you're looking for a target into January, 148, January 28th, 148.58, maybe 4 weeks from here. On the low end, I would say 141 would be conservative by the time weekly velo gets there. But weekly velo is weak. So if weekly velo is weak, a return to 174 would seem appropriate. Somewhere down here, there, and then somewhere in there into January. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, something like that. Do we have January in here? Where's January? Let's draw this out so we're not fucking this up. January 22nd, 28. Okay. January 29th. I think 154 is reasonable. There's any of this stuff up here, this 174 is probable. I think a 154 target is reasonable. If they get a good ER, they'd probably like rope you in somewhere down here, and then the 175 will be back on the board again. And then they bullshit sell you down here. Yeah, AMD. Price target, January 28th, 154.16 on AMD. Next one, Netflix. I read to you this morning the Netflix outlook. I can get this for you here. Where is that Netflix outlook? The Netflix target is 1063. SPOO's recovering right now, trading higher. See, this is where I don't believe. This is where I don't believe Oppenheimer. You see this, like, so the hourly looks great right now, but the daily looks like distribution. Daily velocity looks bad on Netflix, unlike AMD. You see this monthly velocity has already kind of done its thing, hasn't it? Quarterly is not. Weekly has, and this daily looks like it's run its course on a daily time frame on Netflix. I'm going to bet here that on Netflix, right, you have like a these candles right here. And you got like shooting star candles, hangman candles, and see these sellers stepping in right here. Buyers say no, say no, say no. This looks like early stage distribution. In Netflix, SPY right now trading 606.74, squeezing higher. Trading up into that 4-hour target of 607. 607.07. 607.07. $1063, and you got 1,000 over here. I'm going to talk about distribution really quick. No, give me a second here. I want to show you guys something here. I want you to pay close attention to this with me. So I showed you the velocity on Netflix, right? I want to show you guys kind of a cool thing. So this is classic trading, but I want to show you guys this really quick. So this is hanging man versus shooting star candlestick patterns. You see this like big green one right here? And you see the push up versus this one where the push down right here. I want to take you back to over here really quick. And you can kind of see that same action, right? Or similar action. Where they're pushing up higher here, right? And they're like, nope, we're going down. Then you push above them, right? Nope, we're going down. Same thing right here, pushing up, right? Pushing down, indecision, pushing up. And there's a lot of buyers telling you we're going higher and then sellers telling you we're not. Who are those sellers? Is the question. Those sellers are likely institutional sellers, or they're institutional sellers, basically. They're not willing to take the trip higher, even if price goes higher. It's so close to a top that they're going to distribute to you, even if price goes higher. So I want to show you this really quick if I can. And that pattern, and in particular, what it looks like. And right here's a good description right here, or it's like a dumb man, lame or dumb trader's explanation in this. Can I make that larger? So you get this, like, is this a top? Yes. Is it really the top? No, we went a little bit higher. Actually went a little bit higher than even that, didn't we? Right, so bam, 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 and then there's the exhaustion, right? Institutions are getting out while you're getting in, and then you get the eventual roll down. Now, traders can do two things here. They'll try to short this on every high, or they'll short it with like a long-term put spread and not care if we go higher as we slam into this high and then the eventual distribution. Or they're waiting for a break of this consolidation, and then they jump in over here. So let's look quickly here at, bring this back down 100%. Let's take a quick look here at the idea of a target on Netflix. Kind of have that same thing going on, right? They're wrong, they're wrong, they're wrong. And then the eventual downside move. And remember, they've got their ER. They've got their ER in, when did I say their ER was? The 21st? Let me just check that ER one more time. Netflix ER is January 21st. So I'm bullish here on Netflix, but with a caveat. You have to hold the daily trigger. And I'm going to tell you guys, can I delete all this? Here. There's a caveat here. They always like to make you the promise, right? It's always the promise. What's the promise up here? 1,065. We're going to 1,065. It's like the crypto bros. We're going to 84,000. They pull you earlier than that, right? And this is where the scariness comes in here, which is I think that's it. That's the top. I don't think you're actually getting going to get that target, that 1063. Maybe. You might get it. You might get it before. You could hope for it. But I don't see it. I think you approach 1,000 and they sell you at like 994. Now, the scary part is, regardless of where this goes, there's huge distribution underneath. Like, huge. That target into February, March. For summer. Somewhere down in there. There'll be a couple ways to get down there, but here's your spring low. Suck it up, and then wham. Summer low right there. There it is right there. I'm going to sell you the fuck on down in here. Price target 978.51. 978.51. And they're going to take you downtown over here. So I like AMD better. I like it better. I think this is a trap on AMD or NFLX, excuse me. So NFLX, do you see the disparity between the two of those stocks? Like, they're telling you that Netflix is going to moon. There's no talk about AMD. AMD is looking like it has more room for making a mistake than NVIDIA or than NFLX does. Hey, Trade Podcast, how are you? Here's Spoos. You think you go up there and tag it today there, Trader Podcast? Spoos just irrationally blasting through everything. Good to see you, man. Do you think we squeeze above here and just nail the fucking prior high? I'd want to see let's check Velo again. We got more room on Velo. We got more room to run to the upside. We can get above 607.07. We got more room to run. 610 on SPX is still there. Hold on here. Let's see where pivots are. R2 is at the prior high. R1, 606.60. $10.46 right now. Bulls in control. So I like AMD more than I like Netflix. Yeah, one quick second. I'll be right back with you guys. Give me one quick second here. Water. Oh, sweet. My call spreads and back looking good again. Not up. Check 1, 2. Mic check. Why is that chat box? Is it underneath maybe? Oh, that's why I had that chat box. That's sorry, I fucked that up, didn't I? My bad, guys. Hold on here. I was wondering why my chat box was lower, and I think we said we would. Can I do that? Hold on here. Oopsie. All right. Sorry about that. Apologize. There we go. There we go. Chat box back up and running now. All right. Sorry. We need to do a where's I gotta show that's SPX gamma. See if we can show that right there. Sorry about that, guys. I totally forgot that I moved the chat box down below. I gotta get like a background for it or something. So I apologize for that. Okay, so we went over Oppenheimer telling you to buy Netflix. I think Amazon is the better trade as a counter to what Oppenheimer is telling you. I think Oppenheimer is looking for bag holders. Watch me be wrong in that call, of course. U.S. lawmakers are grappling with disagreements over a government funding bill ahead of Friday's deadline, while an appeals court denied TikTok's request to pause a ban set for January 19th. President-elect Trump is reportedly considering privatizing the United States Postal Service, plus rolling back Biden-era EV emission policies, according to Reuters. Trump is proposing a Bitcoin reserve. The week will be packed with central bank policy decisions from the Fed, Bank of England, Norges Bank, Rick's Bank, Bank of Japan, and the People's Bank of China. I told you about Palantir and MicroStrategy and Axon entering the Entering the NASDAQ 100. What else we got here? Puts were closed. Gamma flip keeps being raised higher. We keep seeing that. Much of the remaining gamma will expire this week, which will be setting the stage for moves in both directions. The week will also be packed with central bank policy decisions from the Federal Reserve. Yeah, I see that. I guess the bears think they're going to... I can see the fact that the bears think they're going to get one over on us. You know, the window of weakness thing. The window of weakness thing reminds me of the inverted yield curve. Like, there's always like... I'm in agreement with this statement. Looking at gamma distribution, overall, the situation remains almost the same with a big call wall at 6,100 and support at 6050, 6055. And yes, we notice that the gamma flip keeps heading higher and higher and higher and higher and higher. And we're destroying options. We slip underneath the gamma flip, we move into a negative gamma regime, and things can get spicy to the downside. Can we get that downside move? Yeah, I mean, they got to think about the fact that VIX 9-day is it keeps coming into traditional support. We do have some volatility this week, tomorrow, Wednesday, and Friday. We've got the DivX trade. Still think that we're like trapped in, maybe still possibly get one more low. But I think that's bulls. Like, bulls are like, it's weird. Like, look at a buyer and a seller, right? And you got to listen to the voices out there. You can have like cheap buyers, and they just beg for that low. They like beg for like, just give me that. I promise I'll buy the dip at 600. Well, they watch the price run away from them, right? These people turn into... Eventually, what they do is they turn into a very salty crowd of traders. And their voices grow louder and louder as we enter actual volatility. And they pile into, they compound real unknown unknowns or geopolitical risk, or because they missed the trade. All I wanted to do is buy a dip. No, I don't feel comfortable. But then you get sellers, and of course sellers are like, it's a window of weakness, bro. We're going to crash the market. We get the inverted. I'm sure this is being said. The inversion of the yield curve, the gamma flip is rolling higher. We just get underneath it. We'll start selling down. Blah, 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 blah. Meanwhile, what did I tell you in early November? There are going to be 3 trades. Get long wherever you feel good on it. Take the payout. We've done 1 so far. We're in the middle of a second one. And we got 1 more. You're going to come back the first week of January, right? Banks are going to clean up our mess. What the fuck are y'all doing? Fucking partying in here? You're like, fuck yeah, we are. Trading 6,500, bro. We are not going to be trading that, but they're going to sell all that shit down and get long again. And you're going to run it up into the inauguration. We'll talk about the Trump correction later for our outlook in 25. I mean, when I keep looking around, I'm like looking around at GS, what they're saying. I'm looking at what Larry Williams is saying. I'm looking at what Tom Lee is saying, Bob Kendall. And so then I will go down a rabbit hole and I start reading about Herbert Hoover, 1928, 1929. Then I order a bunch of books from Amazon on it. And if you watch like TV or crap TikTok or even read crappy Wikipedia, Wikipedia is terrible. It'd be like one of the worst sources for information. I thought it was good. It's gotten better. It's not. So I ordered a bunch of books about 1928, 1926, 7, 8, 29 into like 33. And, you know, history doesn't repeat itself, but it leaves really good examples, prior examples for maybe how to attack something similar in the future. And it's fascinating, too, is that we had before, prior to the 1930s and 27, Hoover was involved with a bunch of stuff related to their own COVID. Potential mass mass removal of illegal immigrants. We had major tariffs. When I look at like Tom Lee's expectations for this year, I think I saw them. I didn't see his whole report, but I think I saw something that looked like 28, 29, like the blow off top in October or something like that. Don't hold me to that because I haven't looked at his report yet. But I thought I saw a brief something that showed it. GS talks about it. You stay long, you hedge at every major high. Market could uncontrollably squeeze into like Q3 25. That never happens though, does it? It's always like trap you in before there. A lot of our market though is topping velocity wise, but that takes 3 to 6 months to top usually. Some people are pointing out 1995. Is the 1 year we had major returns for years afterwards. Well, I know right now we're safe-ish. We should see more volatility, though. I don't know that I agree with everyone's summation of the blow-off top in Q3 of 25 being so clean. Usually, as I'm looking around all the indexes and all the underlying, we are topping, but 3 to 6 months, but we usually encounter some volatility with it. So I don't see anyone talking about the volatility. Maybe they are, maybe I'm missing that as part of the conversation, but still not ready for my 25 outlook. Mostly due to not being well read on politics, policy, and events related to that time period in the U.S. I think I know what most people know, like the topical stuff. You know, like you're like, oh, it was we had the Great Depression and the Great Crash, and you know, like people are throwing themselves off of buildings and stuff. And you know, my great auntie was making stone soup out there, and my great grandpappy was, you know, he was an Okie, and he, you know, was a bum, put out a bum thing and got on the train, and he, you know, went out looking for work, like you know that stuff, but. When you read about the actual stuff going on at that time period and its implications, or it was too late for this or too late for that, that stuff is like, I haven't read that shit since I was in school. So I'm reading that stuff right now. Have you got any of you guys read that stuff? You guys, we got armchair experts on the U.S. in the late 1920s, 1930s, early 1930s. I'd probably say no. Maybe a few of you, few. John L. possibly. Few people. So I'm not well read on that stuff. So of course I gotta get well read on that stuff. So I ordered a bunch of books. I should have them read through Christmas. I'm open. Some dry reading, some Herbert Hoover reading. And I am fascinated because he was around politics and the government for a long period of time. Like this guy was like all over politics. He didn't pick parties. He was like a Dem, then he was a Republican. Like he mirrors Trump in a lot of ways. A lot of like similarities at that time period. So I'm like fascinated by it. Not exact, of course, but a lot of similar stuff. How many of you guys out there know a lot about Herbert Hoover? Let me ask you that question. Like a lot, like not like pop, not pop, and I call it pop, but like zeitgeist, like topical shit. I mean, like, has anybody read like a biography about Herbert Hoover, autobiography, any of that kind of stuff? Yeah, Hooverville. There you go. That's a good one. What do you got? Hoover leather. Do you guys know what Hoover leather is? Hoover blankets. They also remember the cash bonus army, right, from the First World War. They did not pay benefits. We're talking about cutting veteran benefits right now, right? You guys know about that stuff. Some of you guys do. Cool. Fucking right on. Who said that? Right on, right on. Right on, Zoo Ted Sloth. Marmot Burr. Right on, right on. I'm impressed. This market fascinates me. It like sends me down these fucking rabbit holes, and I'm like, oh God, I gotta read about this now. Fuck. And then I'm shocked. Well, of course I'm shocked because we think we're smart, right? We're like, this is the first time in history this has ever happened. And then you're like, oh no, 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 no. Those guys just happen to all be dead. I was thinking about World War II veterans this weekend. I'm like, we were waiting for them all to die. So we wouldn't have someone living right now to tell us we're fucking everything up. Well, we finally lost the last World War II veteran. We can pull a fast one on people that have no idea what happened in the 40s. Oh God. So I got to read all that stuff right now. I've read some of it, but I haven't read the books. They haven't come in the mail yet. When I buy books in the mail, I'm always like, either Amazon if I can get it. If I can't get it on Amazon, I go to like a fake online bookstore. That shit'll take like 3 weeks for some of those books to arrive. So, new reading assignment here. A little bit of consolidation here. We got the new high just before 11 a.m. No need to go any higher. You can see that tick, that top tick right there. No need to go higher until 11:30. So we'll wait and watch. Okay, so we talked about the gamma flip. We know the gamma flip's going higher. We know that the window of weakness can be window of strength. Not only a window of weakness, it also is a window of strength. We also know about DivX trade. We also know about OpX trade. There is an expectation of like we are reined in, and there should be some volatility coming. Now let's take a quick look at the VIX, and let's talk about VIX really quick. Now this is where people fuck things up in life. And I got to show this because I know some of you guys are super bears, right? This is the VIX 9-day. And what I want to show you... What the... VIX 9-day, visual order, bring to the front. Thank you. was a VIX 9-day. And on the VIX 9-day, it's at like historical low, like a place where you buy the VIX, right? It's where you buy the fucking VIX. You buy the VIX here. It's going all the way back here. This is let's go to an hourly basis. It's going all the way back to like July 2023. There's some historical precedents even back in 21. It's kind of like you can't not look at it, right? We charted this out for you last week, early week, Monday, I think. I think I was on stream Monday or Tuesday. I kept fucking up the stream last week, but you know, you see this and you're kind of like, yeah. Now, what I want to show you here, it's important, is the gyrations when we're down here sometimes. You know, I don't know if I can overlay this or not, but maybe I should bring this up on a different chart. But this is May 16th of this year. And you can see the VIX was like, hey, you buy it, right? You buy it. You buy it, 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 you buy it. Eventually, we got our Volmageddon trade mid-July into August. There's two rules here to be thinking about. One, what happened in S&P 500? Well, it fucking mooned as all this gyration was going on. Now, we're not in the season of volatility per se right now. That I believe that's October, November. I'm right on that. I think I am right on that. That's like the season of volatility, but we do usually get a smaller season of volatility into springtime. So you get like, if we're going to buy vol in here, it is expected eventually to rip faces off. Is it way up there? Probably not. But there is an expectation into some point that that will happen. So if we look back in just November here, right? This is of 23. Let's look back at December. Remember that last year we didn't get that volatility until March, right? Or April, excuse me, April 16th. So you got to remember that though you're buying maybe call spreads on VIX, you know, you're limit your expectations, buy it every time it's down there. And eventually it's going to print heavy for you. Whether it's here in January, inauguration, February, March, or April, all you care about is buying down here. You don't care if the market's going to go higher. You don't care. Don't be on Twitter and FinTwit fucking around telling people the market's going to crash. But whenever we're down here into, say, the worst case scenario, well, the worst case scenario, let's call it April. I don't know. We're in a 1 hour chart here. Every time we're down here, you just buy. Come on now. You just know you can catch some nice longs in here, right? And eventually, one of these is going to rip faces off. Now, you're not buying VIX 9-day, right? You're going to do this on VIX itself, but we had one already that I talked to you about on the 6th of December. It was a nice little pull right there, right? Went from $10 to 13. Pretty good, 13.40. Something like that. If you see us begin at any point, start setting some alerts down here. They tag that one, they tag that one, they tag that one into beginning of the year. Every time you see one of those tags down below, you're grabbing it for that upside move. And you don't have to worry about whether the market's going to go higher or lower, whether the bears are going to get us underneath the fucking gamma flip or the window of weakness turns into window of strength and we start mooning, start trading 16 or 61, 15, excuse me, 615 or 6150 or 6020 or 6025. You don't fucking care. It might not be the season of volatility, but it sure as shit is a nice one. So look, it's a gorgeous little, look at that nice little trend right there. Nice little squeeze higher to 21.33. Right? Gorgeous. It's a no-brainer in here to be getting long VIX. And you don't have to be a rocket scientist trading this stuff down here. Your latest read is Gentleman in Moscow. Ooh, what is that about? A Gentleman in Moscow. Let's read. Let's see what this is about. That was a TV series too. Fictional count so and so. What's it about? Toll's inspiration for the novels is experience staying at luxury hotels, specifically in Geneva. So some guest permanent residents come out of luxury hotels, knowledge of Russia's long-term historical tradition of house arrest. Wasn't there like house arrest turn of the century? I mean the century like 1900. Wasn't there a bunch of that going on? Ah, 1889. Yeah. Okay, I see. It's 1889, turn of the century. It's a TV show too. I'll check out the TV show. I don't want to read it. I'm trying. I got the wiki up right now. I don't want to read it. So VIX 9-day. Set some alerts down below. I'll give you some prices to set. Set alerts on 10:07. $9.93. $9.49. And $9.01. That's the big one. We tick 901. Woohoo! On VIX 9-day. If we tick $9.01, Miro's going to be pissed, or not pissed. He's going to get excited, I should say. Trading 1143 right now in VIX. Going back to the SPX gamma chart over here. Get rid of that. Goldman's Pravorsky. Curious rotation last week. I haven't even read this yet. There was a curious rotation last week. With tech significantly outperforming almost everything else. If you looked at the monthly, so yesterday I looked at the monthly candle on Dow Jones Industrial Average. I looked at it on IWM, SPY, and of course Qs. The monthly candle on Qs was unreal. Another interest. I haven't even read this yet. I was fascinated by the Dow Jones Industrial daily candles last week. And I searched historically if we've done that in the past, and we have not. And I was just like, I couldn't get into it last night. Like, I don't have the time to get into this right now, but I find it fascinating the rotation that took place in particular last week. I have made a mental note of it, but I haven't had a chance. If you want to do that on your own, I would recommend it. Check out the daily candles on DIA versus historical precedents, and then compare that to tech in particular, and some of the rotation that took place last week. Let me see if I can read something to you here. What did I see about the rotation last week that piqued my interest after seeing those candles? Right here. U.S. retail clients year-end rotation ramp ups. There were 32 million of inflows from UBS retail market-making clients Wednesday. This was last Wednesday. The historical retail year-end rotation out of equities and into ETFs was delayed with November elections and is starting to ramp up moving into December. Historically, year-end activity picks up in November. This year's flows showed reduced single stock outflows and elevated buying of equity ETFs in November as retail was passively positioning into equities via ETFs leading into the elections. Year-end single stock selling has been partially offset by selective buying of stocks like MSTR following election results. Crowded positioning, according to JPM. AI TMT stocks. Hedge fund positioning is at the 98th percentile. Note this is not Mag 7, where positioning is only at the 67th percentile. SMID software. Hedge fund flows had been very positive in recent months, but are rolling over. Positioning is still at the 95% tile. Some industries, such as airlines and cap goods, crypto stocks risk mostly from retail mania. You can't pop a bubble, though, can you? Just 31% of stocks in the S&P 500 are outperforming the index, B of A. U.S. retail buy MicroStrategy, sell healthcare. UBS's retail market making clients with 97 million of inflows as equity ETFs and MicroStrategy inflows returning pushed flows into positive territory, more than offset the year-end single stock selling. MicroStrategy was the most bought stock across RM clients on Thursday. This is last Thursday, and is the most bought stock since the election, with 270 million of inflows, outpacing the nearest single stock by almost 3 times during that time. Pharmacy and healthcare had the largest day of outflow as selling pressure across the group has been heavy. Healthcare is the most sold sector since the election, with some 811 million of outflows. Where did I see this inverse broadening NVX versus NDX equal weight has moved? Mag 7 decoupled from EPS. Nope, that wasn't it. GS and equity positioning at key levels. We have CTAs modeled long, plus 129 billion of equities, 75 percentile after buying 25 billion of equities last week globally. We'll estimate the next blackout period will begin 12/20. At that point, we estimate plus 40% of S&P 500 corporates will be in blackout. We estimate blackout typically starts in or around 4 to 6 weeks prior to earnings release and ends in or around 1 or 2 days post-release. CTA flows over the next week, flat tape, plus 12 billion to the buy side, plus 2.3 billion to the buy side, up tape, plus 18 billion to the buy side, So I guess you're talking about everyone being in on indexes, like collapsing down in indexes, market makers being forced to buy the underlying, and then the CTA flow is coming in if we break above 610. So I guess you could get that forced buying from those participants. Let's look at CTAs really quick. All right, let me take a look at CTAs and see if we can see anything here, gain any insight here. This is at the money strike level volatility expected to ramp. This would infer either a breakout to the upside or a bloodbath to the downside. That's that slipping underneath the gamma flip or a breakout above 610. That would be spot up, vol up as the wall begins to deteriorate into OpEx. You'll note that as gamma gamma should roll off that 6100 gamma bar. Let me show you this right here. Let me just show you a couple things here. So net gamma, this is that 6100 bar. Believe it or not, sweet. This becomes weaker before we get to OpEx, allowing either the trip higher or a bloodbath below and then higher. You want to note here that you want to see, okay, how do I close this? You want to see 6055 hold. Maybe a sweep lower to 6020, but like you can have the market like quickly move lower, but that's it. You don't want to see the market blast below this and then make a new low. See anything like that happening? Watch the fuck out to the downside, okay? So that's 60 or 60. Generally speaking, this 6055 is major support. Now this bar gets weak, right? And that opens the door to us trading that 6015. We do have some expectations of volatility coming into the market. Now let's look at CTA positioning on the S&P 500, and it's been sideways. It was sideways last week. It's waiting for that break above 6100 to create the demand to buy to go higher. But even then, look at that. There's not much there. You know, even up here, there's not much. Are we on like, am I on like this, hold on here. What's this thing? We at? Okay, is that better right there? Hold on here. Just so you can see this curve here, there's still not a lot, right? Like 61.5 seems like the top. Even if we were, were to trade higher into that 6200 or 6250, still at the top, we're close, right? We're still kind of close. So 6150, 6200, maybe 6250, maybe. And remember that this time period here is April into July 15th. That curve that you see there, the top of that curve, this is July 15th. So you're still looking for that same April into mid-July run in the stock market. So if we were to go up here and we're like, look at where we were back here, this was right about there. Hold on, I'm getting some wonkiness going on. Call this like late June. That's the move that was made. Never broke below the daily trigger, which a lot of you are looking for. Consolidation, explosive move up into OPEX, back down again, and then super ramp. That's that June OPEX period right here. There's the last day of June, and then super ramp into the middle of July. So that would be the Trump trade, ER trade, all that in middle of January. This is the 20th. Ramp up into OPEX, sideways trade, move up into the end of the month, super ramp into January. New high at the end of the year, or at least that's the implication for the bulls. Vol control here to help, just like they did in late June into mid-July. This is July 1st right here. Vol control began to roll before we made the high in middle of July. So if you begin to see the roll in vol control, it's not necessarily the high in the market, but it does imply that it's coming soon. COT positioning. No instigation to buy anymore, but same situation, right? Push up higher, looking for one more long. Then look at this one right here. That's the April ramp into June, July. So COTs can be forced into becoming buyers. One more time. Can't see this, so let me show you this better. You guys can't see this on your screen here, but it's running off the side here. I can bring this over. Yeah, you guys can't see this on your screen. At any rate, there's this peak up here. It runs off the chart that you can see. But there's like a whole nother leg right here that can happen on COT demand, where they're forced into being chubby chasers as well on this upside over here to the right-hand side. So there's more room for COTs to get longer as well. And I want to show you one last thing here. This is bond. These bond CTAs. Let me see if this is bond CTAs. Yep, bond CTAs. This is the curve for bond CTAs, and they are kind of late to the party over here. And they have a lot more room to run to the upside. There is this zero line right here, maybe pause for a pullback. But what I really want to show you in this is, let me see if I can do, one second here. Let me see if I can show you something here. What is this here? This is SPX, I think. This is kind of implying like a new high into Friday and then a new high into the end of the year. Pullback, and then we'll trade that 6200, 6250 into the inauguration. Now, what I want to show you here is, give me one quick second here. Get a new layout. I'm gonna label this TLT SPY. Okay, TLT SPY. What I want to show you here is, let me change this to bar candles, I guess. Candles, yeah, that works. There's a 1 hour. We're going to compare it to TLT. And this whole there's like this whole TLT rotation in and out of TLT trade. But what I want to show you here, it's important, is this August trade right here. Can I bring that bigger? Right there. I want to show you this top. See how TLT kind of underperforms SPY? As SPY begins, this is the OPEX in June. And you get the high on OPEX, then this new high on SPY on the end of month, and then SPY super ramps, right? TLT into the end of that month, dogs. But it bottoms. And what's fascinating is it begins to ramp eventually with and underperform, but ramp into this like January. We call this like January. But then it continues to ramp thereafter. So you could say that like February, March, something like that. And let's take a look at TLT right now. So let's just look at this as for comparison here. And you see how like you get in that you're getting that consolidation here. Excuse me, right here. Look at that. Getting that like consolidation and SPY. And what are you seeing right here? A little bit of weakness over here in TLT. They're doing the same fucking thing, aren't they? Blood in TLT. Then it gets that nice little ramp down here. And also note that it follows that path the whole way up. So you start creating this like TLT path. Right? If you begin to see at any point S&P 500 begin to roll and you see TLT back down here, let's say in January, you could rotate out of SPY and long TLT for a huge ripper. And look at that rip here on TLT. That was a 9.12% rip. So at any point here in January, like the inauguration or February or March, if you see this like, see this like S&P 500 Qs trade imploding itself, you get into like earnings season around the 20th to the 28th, you get the inauguration coming in, and you see people longing ER early, like right now. I'm going to get long on AMD, right? Week before earnings, I'm getting out of AMD. If you begin to see the market roll down, start looking for that low on TLT to rotate into. Look where it is right now. There's the 17th. Might have a little bit more blood heading into the end of the month, right? A little bit more blood, right? One more up maybe, and then down into this period. But this is the super ramp. Whether that's the 20th, the 21st, the 28th, somewhere in there. There's some kind of like setup here. March, April. Maybe it's policy. It's like nice, beautiful setup here to get long as fuck on TLT into April, May. And make a nice like post-holiday, post-inauguration, just a beautiful like, you got like this trade heading into the beginning of the year. You got the trade heading into the inauguration. You're like, hey, Cap, what's the next trade into April, May while the market possibly sells down? So that's this TLT trade. And look at that fucker. That fucker ran. That fucker ran, dude. And it ran this beautiful high right here. Ran into August 5th. And then it didn't stop, did it? It just kept going. So underperform, later perform. Hold on, I'm getting beeped over here. Who's beeping me? Hold on a second here. So my stream is at 720p. Okay. I gotta switch it back to 1080p, don't I? All right, let me look into that. 720p. My stream's at 720p. Let me look into that. The stream looks like shit this morning. Anyways, TLT. Look for this to be like a late bloomer. And a couple things in this trade. Don't get scared. You see like SPY crashing. Not crashing, but correcting. I'd be like, fuck no. TLT is gonna moon like an extension for an extra month. Right in here. This beautiful trade. This is like a beautiful trade right here where we're like rotating out of SPOOs, and then the one last ramp up in TLT. Keep your eye on that trade. I think it's a great trade. Maybe I'm wrong here. I personally like that. I like that, the idea of that trade heading into I like the idea of that trade heading into So I got to change this. I will revert back and see what happens. And see what happens if I lose the stream. So let me ask you guys a question here. So let me ask you guys a question here. Oh, I got to do this better here. That doesn't look good, does it? Guess that looks okay. Did any of you read the? I got two things to talk to you guys about today. This is like off topic, but we're just coming back to test the 5-minute trigger here. We failed to get the new high at 11:30. We already tested this cross and we were successful. Very bullish, by the way. I'm gonna read some stuff here. If you have my phone number, I gotta tell you out there, Trader Podcast. If you have my phone number, if you have my legit phone number out there, if you have my personal phone number, I gotta get this out to more people. If you have my legitimate phone number in real life, okay? Here, we'll look at this together. I'm actually shocked at how many people don't. I'm actually shocked at how many people don't know this. So we're gonna chat about this. Hold on here. Should I get it from like NBC maybe so people can think it's legit? WhatsApp. And we'll go. NBC is as generic as it comes, right? So we'll look at this together. This has made national news. I don't know if people just don't want to read it. They don't care. I'm going to read this to you right now, okay? U.S. officials urge Americans to use encrypted apps amid unprecedented cyber attack. The FBI and CISA officials said it was impossible to predict when the telecommunications companies would be fully safe from interlopers. Amid an unprecedented cyber attack on telco companies such as AT&T, Verizon, U.S. officials have recommended that Americans use encrypted messaging apps to ensure their communications stay hidden from foreign hackers. The hacking campaign, nicknamed Salt Typhoon by Microsoft, is one of the largest intelligence compromises in U.S. history. It has not yet been fully remediated. Officials on a news call Tuesday refused to set a timetable, declaring the country's telecommunications systems free of interlopers. Now, I'm not going to go into the rest of this with you right now. You can look this up on your own. But do a Google search on WhatsApp and Signal. Now, I'm not a fan of WhatsApp because of I'm not a fan of WhatsApp because it's part of Facebook. Signal is probably the closest thing you're going to get to secure communications between phones that are not the same as yours. So if you have an iPhone and you speak to anybody with an Android, your communications are compromised. If you speak from an Android to an iPhone, your communications are compromised. The U.S. has been screaming this for weeks now. It's been known for years. And what it is these U.S.-based telcos and phone manufacturers and garden makers do not want to share with each other end-to-end encryption. The U.S. government has not forced people or companies to do this either. Kind of like a USB, right? No one wants to use a universal connection, unlike other countries. Europe would be a good example, where there's standardization of something, or specifically for security or for consumer rights. So if you have my phone number, I only use Signal now to communicate, whether it's phone or DMs text. I use Signal and I use Discord. But you will not see me use my phone with you ever again until that resolves itself. So just if you have my phone number out there, find my phone number in Signal, and I'll answer any phone calls and text messages that you want to send my way. Yeah. I used to never use that stuff. I used to never use Signal. I used to have tech friends demand that I call them on Signal or text them on Signal because of this issue that's been known. But as of recently, when they hit like CNN and NBC and Wall Street Journal and New York Times, WAPO, they're serious. When they're telling like Main Street, hold on here. I'm drinking a little bit too much coffee. I got to eat a thingy. When they're telling you on like CNN, you probably don't want. It's pretty easy. Like it acts like your phone. It's just like an overlay. Your phone dings when you get a message on Signal. When someone calls you on Signal, it rings just like a normal ring. It's not hard. So if you're old like me, you've been warned by the government. I hate WhatsApp. I got friends around the world that use it. Like they've been using. I got friends around the world that have been calling me on WhatsApp for at least a decade. WhatsApp's like huge, not in the U.S., but it's like huge everywhere else. And I think that has to do with the rate calling or how much it costs to call other countries. But I never picked up on them. Like, fuck that. I'm not fucking gonna go crazy with the conspiracy. As a matter of fact, on conspiracy theories, Let's talk about the thumbnail on the YouTube video today. Two things. Number one, I guess we're broadcasting in 720p. I think that it might have to do with some video settings that I created for some platforms to stream on. I will adjust those again after the show today and try to bring it back to 1080p and see if we break anything. So you'll get the stream tomorrow in 1080p if it works. If it doesn't, I'll see what I can do in the background. But right now, let's go back to the conspiracy theory thing. What's going on with the drones and UFOs on the west and east coast? Any thoughts out there on that? Let me see if I can read this here. You use to get Schweed? I'm trying to read. Oh, let me read the Discord right now. I gotta go to Discord. Market chat. All right. Can I jump to the forward? I don't know if I'm missing something here. I'm like totally missing something here. There we go. I think I got every chat up now. I can read chats. Hold on here. What'll happen if I use Android to call iPhones? Here, let me get it for you here. Hold on a second here. My show's running. Everything's running slow here in the background. SPY trying to make a new high right now. Coming into vol control or put mafia time. Mm-hmm. Hey, we're going to go right back to the drones right now. Hold on 1 second here. Do I have that on my... I think I might have it right here. Did you all get to see this one right here? Tell me what you guys think about this guy right here. Who is this? Who is this guy? What's this guy? Jeff, what's his name? Can I play this? I don't know if I can play this or not. Who's this guy right here? Let me close this out. You guys know who this guy is? John Ferguson. This is on the... Who is this John Ferguson guy? Let's play this guy down below here. Maybe Jimmy Barry can tell us who this guy is. Let's bring this over here. Bring this guy over here. John Ferguson. He's a CEO of a aerospace company that designs drones. He gives speeches every once in a while. I've seen a different picture of him. I'm like, I know that guy from somewhere. He looks different. Yeah. $130. Got lots of time left to go higher. No sound? Hold on. Hold on here. No sound? Let's see. Let me just check this really quick. No sound for this guy? You have no sound? Can you guys hear this guy or no? You're not hearing him. God damn it. Check. Can you hear him now? Can you hear him now? Hold on a second here. Hold on here. Our audio track. Audio device. Oh, wait a minute. I might have it. Hold on, let's try it again. Can you hear him now? I'm not normally a TikTok kind of a guy. Still no? Damn. Let me turn this off and see if I can start it back up again. God damn it. God damn it. Why can't you hear that?
As a professional, as a subject matter expert, I wanted to give you all my
Can you hear it now?
on what I think could be going on with these drones. I don't particularly believe that these have a nefarious.
Oh, you can hear it now? All right. Hold on.
Give you the truth and what I.
All right, yes, you can hear it now. All right, let's bring this guy back over here. This guy's name is John Ferguson. God. Ugh. All right, John Ferguson, baby. Let's try you again.
Hey, everyone. My name is John Ferguson. I'm the CEO of Saxon Aerospace here in Wichita, Kansas. I'm not normally a TikTok kind of a guy. I like watching this stuff every once in a while.
I don't remember a TikTok guy.
But I'm a manufacturer of unmanned aircraft, military-grade unmanned aircraft. As you can see, one of my systems here. There's all of these mysterious drones going on off the East Coast, and as a professional, as a subject matter expert, I wanted to give you all my opinion on what I think could be going on with these drones. I don't particularly believe that these have a nefarious intent. I could be wrong, but I want to give you the truth and what I believe. It's my own opinion, and I've not bounced this off of anybody. So, if you think it's bullshit, whatever, that's cool. I don't want to spread misinformation, as we know that there's a lot of that going around. But anyway, back in the 1980s, Ronald Reagan had dismantled the nuclear program, and there were, with Russia,
a series of lower highs now.
Countless nuclear missiles that were disarmed and disposed of. Well, there were over 80, I believe. There were over 80 nuclear warheads that were in Ukraine that came up missing. Okay? We don't know where they are. Maybe somebody does, but nobody really knows where these are. And I speak with some pretty high-level government officials on this stuff, and it seems as though that is the case. So I spoke to a gentleman a few months ago who was trying to raise an alarm to the highest levels of our government, which they had their ears closed, about this one particular nuclear warhead that he physically put his hands on. He physically touched this warhead that was left over from Ukraine. And he knew.
We can kind of get past what this guy is saying. It really doesn't matter.
Okay. That is a very serious deal. And everyone knows.
What does matter, though, is he's trying to identify what these drones are.
Pushing to get into a war with Russia. We all know that. We all feel it. We all see
blah, 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 blah.
Down here into Kansas and out into the States. and they felt like it was heading east or west or south. So it felt like it was.
Here's where it's important.
High probability that the nuclear or the radioactive material would be taken along the Interstate 70 corridor heading east.
I think that means all-time highs.
Or south. So, from what we understand, they were out there trying to find this radioactive material. Now, drones, they have no reason to be in the air at night, unless you're doing some type of ISR work, intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance, looking for bad guys, or looking for a victim, a search and rescue victim, or law enforcement, or some type of military project, right? There's no reason for a drone to be flying at night, really, okay? Because they don't see shit. So, unless you have thermal optics, drones really don't see stuff. You need to do mapping during the day. If you're going to do farming stuff, you mostly do it during the day. The only reason why you would ever fly an unmanned aircraft at night, is if you're looking for something, whether it be a person or trying to smell gas. We have methane gas detection systems that can detect gas leaks in pipelines. You really wouldn't use thermal optics for trying to find gas leaks, just simply because the only way you're actually going to find a gas leak with thermal optics is if the gas leak is aggressive enough that it has a difference in temperature. Because thermal imaging, it creates a digital image based off of the temperature variance. So whatever is different in temperature, it creates an image. Usually gas leaks so slow that it goes quickly into ambient before you can even see it. So we have special sensors that can detect gas leaks.
Someone shot themselves.
That can detect radioactive material. So with this gentleman that I had spoken with, who was trying to raise the alarm to try to get somebody in the government to say, hey, we need to work together to go try to find this nuclear warhead, none of that ever happened. They knew that warhead was on its way to the United States. That's all that ever came of it. Nothing ever happened. This government did not do anything at all to help this gentleman raise the alarm and raise awareness that there is a very deadly weapon on its way to the United States. It's out there. Nobody knows where it's at now. It left Europe. Now it's gone. So my own guess.
Here we go. My guess. I'm a smart guy. Let's go.
These drones are not nefarious in intent.
They're not nefarious.
They are, but I doubt it. But if they are drones, the only reason why they would be flying and flying that low is because they're trying to smell something on the ground. That's it. There's no other reason for a drone to be flying in the air other than to piss a bunch of people off at night. That's it. So, my belief is they're trying to smell something on the ground. Gas leaks, radioactive material, whatever. So, and do I think that they're coming up out of the ocean? I don't think so. Drones that are multi-copter type drones, not the fixed wing aircraft that look like regular airplanes, but the multi-copters, they only have so much battery life. They have hybrid versions that are gas powered with electric, but those can still only fly for a short period of time. There's no way in hell that any drone is going to go miles off the coast as a multi-copter and fly into the interior of the United States and do a bunch of work and then turn around and fly back. It's just physics will not allow that to happen. So these drones, I believe, are launched from a location that nobody knows, but I do believe that they're flying low enough that they're just trying to sniff the ground and try to find something. So again, I hate to be a pessimist or a guy that thinks, directly to the negative. However, I know as a professional, I mean, we build professional stuff.
Logan keeps showing the American flag.
I believe that they're actually out there trying to smell something that's very important. So anyway, let me know what you think of this video. I'm not trying to gaslight. I'm not trying to scare people. I'm just trying to let people know that this is a serious deal. It's only serious for what the potential could be, or for what the potential is.
There's so I think that's pretty much the end of it. But the gist of it was he wanted to he mixed in some politics and stuff like that. But he was like, what I got from it was that he's like, these drones are probably looking for something. And so they're searching at nighttime, and it's they usually do these drones during the daytime when they can do mapping with cameras and stuff like that. When they do thermal imaging, they're looking for a contrast in nighttime temperatures versus daytime temperatures, maybe something that's hot or cold versus either one of those things. If it's like something cold, you do it during the daytime to offset the heat of the daytime. Something hot, you'd offset it at nighttime where it's the most cold or where it's more cold. Now, there's a lot of hysteria. If any of you out there, do you live in New Jersey or the West Coast? And I guess they're doing this in California. We're having sightings as well, California and the East Coast, New Jersey, New York. If you live in any of those places, I was thinking about this when I saw this video. I was like, well, there's nothing you can fucking do. That threat's always there. If it is that, if they're trying to sniff out something like that, what can you do? There's nothing. Whether it is that or isn't that, it really doesn't fucking matter. And there's nothing you can really do. That's like an existential threat kind of a thing. But I wonder from your perspective, if you live in those places, does it bother you? Does it not bother you? Are you on the alien thing? Because I don't believe in aliens. I'll be honest. Well, I shouldn't say I don't believe in aliens. I'm open to the idea of aliens. I just don't think it's you base your life on. If there are aliens or UFOs or life on another planet somewhere, any kind of idea of life, but is it practical or relevant to your day-to-day stuff? No. Is this stuff that's going on in Jersey and New York? I saw a meme that showed identification of UFOs in New Jersey, and it showed every single human plane, and it's like UFO, 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 and so I was like, that seemed plausible to me, though, that it could be, I don't know, it's either testing of U.S. made drones by a U.S. company, or it's a company looking for a specific thing. It could only be looking for something specific that's a test. Like, hey, we're going to run a truck around town with, I don't know, a fucking stove in the inside of it running off propane just to see if we can find it or pinpoint it. Could be just testing those drones. But this guy's made news, right? This guy is making news. He's on Newsweek this morning. He's being peddled around out there. And I guess the guy he was talking about, the guy he posted this video to on X, on Twitter, deleted his account when this guy made that video. And this guy was like an RF kind of guy. I forget the guy's name, but he's since deleted his account. Not the Ferguson guy, the guy that Ferguson was responding to on Twitter and X. And I was like, it's existential. It's like anything. Do you think that something bad is going to happen? No. If it did, you deal with it when it happens. But it seems like it's creating, or it seems like people maybe are in the holiday frame of mind. They're like, yeah, it's the holidays, bro. We need something to get hysterical about. Am I wrong on this? Am I right on that? Do you guys believe it's UFOs? Do you believe it's aliens? Do you think it's government secret ops? Do you think it's like... It's a dress rehearsal. Someone's saying it's a dress rehearsal. They start flying in a formation, spotted in Temecula, Fallbrook, California, right next to Camp Pendleton and Naval Weapons Station. Do you think some of this is also like people with drones, maybe? Yeah, we're going to add... I'm off from college. I'm going to run some drones with my friends. Yeah, I saw that Sarah Adams thing, too. I saw Sarah Adams saying that the Al-Qaeda is bringing in material. I saw that. I did see that. Seems like a distraction from something else that might be going on. couldn't buy Jason. Oh, Carry On. You should see a picture of this guy in his normal life. He's got like he looks completely different than his video. It looks completely different than his video. I wonder, like, I don't live in New Jersey or New York, so I don't know what people are doing. I'm assuming there's like a run on toilet paper at Costco and stuff over this stuff. Yeah, gamma detection drones they've used in Ukraine. One big candle bigger than any boner. A reach for liquidity to the upside. I did a thumbnail this morning on YouTube that said ask gas or grass for hitchhikers to get off the earth. I was thinking the same thing. Hold on here. I do find it amazing. And I like how I didn't read too much about it, but all I heard, at one point I heard something about Iran had a mothership off the coast of the U.S. and I stopped reading. I go, fuck this, I ain't reading that shit. I was like, stop reading that right now. This PT1 up here is... That PT1 is right here. So this is SPX, same sell points as higher. And we'll bring you back to the main screen. So here's that PT1 to the upside right there. I'm just grinding, baby. Yeah, the fact that FAA, FCC doesn't know what's going on is a concern for aviation, I would say. There's also some like rules of what we can and cannot shoot down. I was thinking about the good old boy rule last week. I was like, what about the good old boy rule where you just call it the good? I think people were saying it like people are taking shots at these things, which they shouldn't. But get out my 12 gauge and I'm gonna just start shooting these things out of the sky. And like a 12 gauge is only good for like 100 yards. So like I could just see these like good old boys shooting their 12 gauges. I had it right on it and it didn't come down. And I'm like, dude, that thing's higher than 100 yards. Yeah, I'm not saying that there isn't drones. Let's let me rephrase what I'm saying here. So, like, do I think there are drones? Yes. Do I think they're necessarily above table? Probably not. But then there's like the aircraft, like you're saying, is being mixed in, and then you probably have nefarious kids adding to the issue. Whether they're American or Chinese, or I think there's some of that going on too. There's been notes of that happening around the world, Europe, West Coast, and in the U.S. I think there's like the Chinese are like buying plots of land around U.S. bases. If they're running drones, I think that could be part of it too. But I think this instance in particular, I found it fascinating that this guy was saying, "Yeah, it's at nighttime." Probably a reason why they're doing it at nighttime. They could be smelling for radiation or gamma and that kind of stuff. But even so, it doesn't mean anything's bad's gonna happen. And even if it did, there's always that lingering threat. You can get meanwhile you get killed by a car on the side of the road. It was kind of like during COVID. Everyone's afraid of COVID. Meanwhile, find out you've got cancer. You find out you got fucking this or that going on with you. And you're like, I need to get to the hospital. You know, COVID's great and all, but I got this other thing that just happened to me. And that's kind of called life, right? Life continues on. But I will say I did find it fascinating. They thought it was the government. Some of the stuff that's come out of this is wild. I can't tell if everyone is shitposting or if they believe some of this stuff. Like some of these people are like, they got grand conspiracies going on. They're like, oh, the Biden administration is trying to escalate the war. Biden administration wants to start World War III. I've read that one. I'm like, no, I doubt that highly. What else did I read? Aliens. I read it was Iran had a mothership, I think, off the coast, or ships are launching these things off the coast of the U.S. Like, I think that it comes back to a little bit more reality. It's more than likely they are either looking for something being moved, or they're running running some kind of a. We got R1. Yes, R1 right there. Or it's even just testing for that possibility in the future. So you'd have that like testing for that possibility. Just a note here. We got the high back here at 11 o'clock. Failure to get a new high here at 11:30. Failure to get a new high, although this is higher. 12 o'clock. So a little bit bullish here. Velocity looks good for bulls here too on a 30-minute basis. Failure again, mixed. It's like neutral. And say we have until about 2:30 in the afternoon, though, for our bulls to get this done. We should dump this, though, dudes. Dump this shit. The more reality is it's likely some kind of below table, either testing or a dry run for something actual. Than it is something like omnipresent at this moment. Now, let's talk more about that. The one glaring thing that I took away from all of this drones off the coast thing is I immediately thought about Blade Runner. I don't know why it was Blade Runner, but I thought about Blade Runner and all of the ships that are flying above you and stuff like that. And as drones become more prevalent in society, I find it fascinating that we are, as a society, are unprepared even for that eventuality. Seeing like Amazon drones, Walmart drones, pizza drones, just drones in general everywhere above our heads in the future, and that people are uncomfortable with it. It's probably going to take time to become comfortable with that eventuality. And I wonder, I guess my question to you is, will you ever become comfortable with that being an eventuality in our society? If you were to see more and more planes or small aerial devices above your head more frequently, would you have some fear in that? I'm trying to read. I used to. Oh well, it's like Art Bell, right? You talking about Art Bell? So I did listen recently to, when all this stuff was coming out. I did listen to old broadcasts from the 1950s and 60s. There was someone saying that it was aliens or whatever, UFOs. They talk about Art Bell, right? So like Art Bell, so this one guy was talking about the 1950s and 60s during the Red Scare, and he posted links to one of the internet archives from Congress, and they had preserved talk radio from over the road truckers from the 1950s and 60s. And this guy had links to. He's like, you should listen into like the over the road truckers had overnight Art Bell type broadcasts. It wasn't Art Bell, but it was other radio broadcasters, and they were at that time they were talking about similar stuff that we talk about today, the conspiracy stuff. When they were talking about NATO, UN, Plaza Accords, this like cabal, and like it was still relevant like 30, 40 years before the 50s, still relevant in the 50s and 60s. But it was fascinating to see that the conspiracy theories, even in the 1950s and 60s, they were like calling. It's like something with calling, like people would call into these shows even back then. And there was like doom and gloom being spread with conspiracy theories, even that far back, that was documented. And nothing that these people talked about way back in the 50s and 60s came true. It was just like a topical conversation, keep you glued to the TV or the radio at that time. I'm trying to follow along right now, Jimmy. I don't know what Project Bluebeam is. No idea. Have no idea what that is. I'm just wondering if all of you believe this stuff or not, or how far do you guys take it, or the hysteria surrounding it. I kind of relate it to bubbles. I kind of relate it to stock market bubbles, or I see something similar with stock market bubbles. Like there's always like here, let me see if I can describe a stock market bubble to you. Hang tight here. One quick second here. This sounds very familiar to me. I read somewhere someone was discussing stock market bubbles. And I liked how this guy put it. So you can find this conversation here. Give me just a second here. Come on now. I'm reading some of these comments here, and I'm just like, I want to drive a nail into my head. Come on now, don't fail me now. This commentary. I was reading this commentary and I found it fascinating because it reminds me of the UFO hysteria. Stock market bubbles have stock market hysteria usually. When markets can remain irrational longer than you can remain solvent. This guy did a really good job of describing why you can't sell them. I think I might have it here. Come on now. I'm not finding it. God damn it. Oh, wait a minute. Was that it? Nope. God, I had something for you guys, but I'm not seeing it anywhere. I got the gist of it. I didn't I don't think I can word it as well as they did. Let me read this to you. I found it. So I want to read to you what the first commenter said. Start here. See where this guy started talking here. Looks like this conversation started way, way higher. The conversation was about asset bubbles. There's no such thing as asset inflation. There's no such thing. Asset inflation always eventually leads to Main Street inflation. It just depends upon time delay. So the guy responds saying there's no asset inflation usually leads to bubbles popping in major recessions. The dot-com bubble, the housing bubble, the everything bubble. Asset inflation doesn't carry over to consumer price inflation because the people who own the vast majority of the assets don't have a tendency to spend their capital gains on consumer items. Another commenter posted, crypto bros already picking out what color they want their Lambo for their Fartcoin profits. So the guy said, or only if bubbles are allowed to pop. If our leaders come in and drop rates to zero and print money to prevent it from popping, then it doesn't pop in no recession. It does carry over as the wealth effect spending drives prices up. We've seen that over the past couple of years. Well, this is where this guy makes a good point. He says, this concept that bubbles are allowed to pop is not how it ever worked in history. So I want to think about this with this like hysteria with UFOs. A bubble is a psychological behavior, a mass insanity, madness of crowds. There are many good books on this very human behavior, including Maniacs, Panics, and Crashes, and The Devil Take the Hindmost. Let's keep that there. They tell the stories of many bubbles. Bubbles can sometimes be popped, but most often they pop on their own when the mass insanity exhausts itself. So think about these like drones and UFOs and planes and hysterics when it comes to these drones. When the mass insanity exhausts itself. But a bubble has never been prevented from popping. There is no allowing a bubble to pop, nor not allowing it to pop. That's just not how it ever works. A social mania is far larger and more powerful than any policymaker or institution. Think about that. A social mania is far larger and more powerful than any policymaker or institution. What happens when bubbles end is simply that everyone who is going to buy in has done so. There are no more buyers, but then some people exhaust their capacity for self-delusion and get out. Prices stop rising and start falling, and then others follow them. Once overvalued markets start falling, there's an insane amount of downward momentum. In nearly every single market crash since 1913, for instance, the Federal Reserve was frantically lowering interest rates. They were trying not to allow the bubble to pop, and yet that never worked. When a bubble pops, the valuations are so obviously obscene that interest rate changes alone are immaterial. For instance, today we have a handful of megacap stocks with modest growth prospects, nevertheless trading at 30 to 50 times earnings or more. That isn't going to last. And when people realize how dumb it is for them to be that expensive, it won't matter what the interest rate is. The shares are so far overvalued that they have to come down. The same thing prevails in many housing markets. His point isn't that we're at a top or we're at the top of a bubble. His point is that the market can remain irrational until people start to check out, right? Institutions start checking out. The price starts to roll down and down and down, and you're trapped inside of that bubble. But to think that you could pop it, you likely cannot until everyone has bought in to that mass hysteria. Every last person has bought into the mass hysteria. Starting to squeeze higher now. Trading 607.32, looking for a PT at 1 p.m. of 607.93. Right over there. So you need everyone to buy in. And when it rolls down, it's so overvalued that there's nothing that the government can do, right? They can't cut rates quick enough. We already know that. We've seen that many, many times before. So to think that you can pop this bubble that we're in or that we're entering is probably not the case yet. I think the same thing holds true to the conspiracy theories with UFOs, and they need something, right? Or they need everybody to believe in it at some point. And that's what I wonder about. I wonder about this UFO alien thing heading into the holidays. When we get back to work, does it just subside and go away? And to pay attention to that, if it does begin to subside as people get back to work, once January, February rolls around, and people get back to school, get back to work from their holiday. Move that over and see if we can get it to happen right now. Trading 607.28. We can squeeze this up. Mania. Seems like there's mania on this UFO thing. Don't really care about noise long term. The chart goes up and to the right, and I'll continue to DCA my port. Yeah, I'm in that same boat. I'm in that same boat. You kind of go on and live your life, right? You don't really allow UFO mania on the coast to bother you. If we begin to roll down in the market, we'll be looking for it, right? We're looking for price to break below the daily trigger. We're looking for the daily trigger to be breaking through the weekly trigger and go into a risk-off type scenario. And that has not happened yet, has it? We still haven't seen the topping yet in the monthly velocity and the quarterly velocity and the indexes. We haven't seen any of the signs of volatility yet either. We haven't seen these things. So to think that the market's going to crash, doom and gloom is coming. The aliens are coming to get us. Al Qaeda is bringing in stuff across the country. Sean Ryan is going to drop that knowledge for you. It seems like it's more explaining away very complicated things to get viewership. It's like not just stock market bears, but we got bears for everything now. Hysteria bears everywhere. And if it starts to happen, only then can you do something, right? You stay long the market until we go into a risk-off type scenario. When you do that, then you do what? You begin to de-risk, right? Same thing applies to the rest of your life. You don't start getting down inside the bunker and fleeing New Jersey, fleeing New York. Does it mean it can happen? Sure. But you deal with it when it happens. I think some of that 2025 outlook is going to have some of that stuff in it. How do you prepare for recessions or possible recessions? Can you time recessions? No. Can you time market crashes? No. Anyone that tells you can, you can't. Promise you, things can stay irrational longer than you can stay solvent. So breaking above this 4-hour resistance here, we should be able to go higher a little bit more. 1 minute trigger. Want to see the interplay here between the this 4-hour resistance and the 1 minute trigger as it comes higher. See if we can get a little squeezy here. So anyways, the point being is that a lot of this stuff all wraps up into itself. You can't live in fear even heading into 2025. You start trying to short that shit right now, which I'm sure most of you are. But there are things you can do. There are rational things you can do in 2025. And I'll put that in the brief too. So if you are expecting like a recession or a crash or a depression in 2025, at any point in that year, that brief for 2025 will outline some of the things that you can do to mitigate even that possibility of it happening and to look for signs in the market of that happening. So I'll give you prior examples of this happening. If you begin to see the market roll down, you're going to be looking for a top in monthly, quarterly velocity. You're going to be looking for the price of the market and the triggers to begin to roll down below each other, like the daily crossing below the weekly, and the daily chasing price down to the monthly trigger. And more than likely, when that happens, you still would be up from the prior low a month or a quarter before. And you would still be given the chance to exit the market at least once, either within a month or 3 months before the real like crash actually happens. We don't have any examples of that not happening going back to the 1890s. Not a single example. And you can look at that yourself on the triggers and velocity heading back. You can check SPX on a daily time frame going back to the 1800s. Not a single example of that. So the idea here is that you're long into the whatever the top bubble is going to be until everyone buys in, and everyone has not bought in yet. Suspicious drones in Colorado and Wyoming. I think we'd deal with it if it happens, though, wouldn't we? I think that's the ultimate point, right? You deal with it with whatever happens, unless you're super rich, I guess. Super rich, you can fly out of New York City for Christmas and hang out for Christmas and New Year's. Thanks, Green Vegas. That tide looks good, doesn't it? We talk about a VIX trade. Yeah, definitely. If we can get the VIX down to, I'm hoping to get the VIX down to the next time for the VIX trade. I want to see the VIX trade 10.07. The moment that happens, I'll put the trade on with you. 100% If that VIX 9-day trades, if that VIX set an alert, Harry, on $10.06 on VIX, and the moment we get down there, I'm with you on that trade. Hell yes. Did I give it? Yeah, I'm gonna give it. I'm sorry. I'm reading the. So I apologize, guys. I'm reading a bunch of different stuff. I need to have a camera, in my office, showing all the things that I'm looking at. I feel like 10 screeners I'm trying to look at. I apologize for not reading quick enough. You guys want me to go over the trade? Hold on, I'll go over. You guys want to go over the trade? I can cover the trade if you want. Yeah, okay. The DivX capture trade. Okay, hold on. I'll go over the DivX capture trade. I shouldn't though. I should have, or I should ask VolWiz to do it, but I can go over the DivX capture trade. Give me a quick second and I will. I need a second here. I got to go back in some prior quarters. Just a quick second here. July, January. 322. Quick second here. Go back to March. DivX trade. DivX was on 322. Line. Right there. Okay, we'll do this together. Give me a second here. Can I do it? How do I do this? I can do it here. Yeah, hold on a second here. Let's go back and look at this together, guys. Okay. The DivX trade. Let's talk about the DivX trade. So the ex-dividend date is not in stone. But let's look at March 22nd. So this is March 22nd right here. This is the DivX date for S&P 500. And this is when it's paid. Nope, hold on here. And there's like a super ramp on a low into it. And then it's dumped. It still recovers and gets the new high into month end. This is March, okay? It's like a super ramp for DivX. And what it is you've got like, you know, park the bus for, God damn it. The general gist of this trade is you got like all these option sellers going, woo, we're going to park the bus for OpEx. All right, all my flies are going to be fine. And there's a super fucking ramp. That's 615, by the way. Before that happens, and they start like just ultra squeezing. What's fascinating about this too is I want to show you this. This is the important part of this trade. This is probably the best part of the whole show today. What's fascinating about this trade is the market will go higher and grind all day long, and it will be a bear trap. It'll look like we're rolling down into like the 2:30 in the afternoon. It'll like 2:30 in the afternoon on DivX day. And as a matter of fact, hold on here. In March, it happened on Wednesday, the 20th. It's Tuesday. This is Monday. Buying dips, buying dips. Looking for these dips, and then on Wednesday there's a trigger. And this happens to this time fall with the Fed meeting, right? And it just like squeezes up and up and up, and then it gets dumped, right? And a month goes back up, gets the new all-time high. Let's look back on the next DivX date. That's 322, right? And let's look at 628. I think we got one early for the June one. I'm not sure, I'm not positive on this, but let's look at it. 628 ended up being later in the month, right? Same thing, but it was early. So I did like a super early ramp, right? Boom, right? Dumped it again, dumped it on the market, dumped the shares on the market. Now the ramp was after the first, but nonetheless into DivX, right? Nonetheless, super ramp, dump the shares. So this is more than likely a hedge fund, a boiler room. I don't know. Maybe retail's figuring it out. One time it didn't work, I think, this year. Look at the next one, September 27th. September 27th. Here's 27th. The same dump, or the same ramping and dumping action. It's not exactly the same, but you can see it, right? Like ramp up. And they're trying to capture the DivX trade. And as soon as that is paid, dump it on the market. Right, comes back up, and actually it came back up again later in the first of the month again. So rid of that. See the continuation on to the upside. The fascinating part about this trade is leading up into this DivX trade is that there's a lot of emotion here. The one of the key takeaways in this trade, and we haven't had it yet over here, have we? So let's look over here. We're into the next one right now, and it hasn't happened yet. We're coming into like DivX for S&P 500, and it's like, oh, nothing's going to happen here, and what you end up getting is like the explosive move higher, right? And then it all comes back down, and then it all comes back up into the end of the month, right? And meanwhile, you're on the wrong side of the trade the entire way. You're like taking the trade. Like you're not prepared for the big move up. Let's say, look right here. Like you're up here at an open. You're going, fuck yeah, baby! I missed this whole entire trade. I'm gonna get long, and they go, fuck you, all the way down, and then come back up again. So you're like wrong side of the trade, wrong side of the trade, wrong side of the trade, to the upside. You just get long where you feel good, capture the trade to the upside, and capture it again for the ultimate into the end of the year trade above. I know 615 right there, perfect, right? And then 620 up here end of the year. So anyways, if you go, I think that's a pretty simplified. Oh, hold on, wrong thing there. I think it's a simplified explanation of the DivX trade, but let me close that out. I don't fucking like that. Maybe that's what's killing me here in the background. Let me go back to Discord. So the idea here is that there's someone out there right now looking at this market. He's like, I'm going to capture this DivX trade. And so they're long as fuck, like me. I'm long as fuck. I got 5 figures on this trade for January 17th. But there's like multiples to it. Like there should be a super ramp up this week, today, tomorrow, next day. It should all sell back down, and then another super ramp up, and then end of the month. Now, if, let's say I don't get that trade, I have the capture out into middle of January. I guess you just have to decide what if you're gonna take the money and run, if you're gonna get back in a second, third, fourth time, whatever, 2-3 times into January. Yeah, am I talking to nobody out there right now? Like I feel like I'm looking at Discord chat, not a whisper. Looking at YouTube chat, looking at Twitch chat, not a whisper. Does that explain it easily to you? Is that like a layman's explanation or not? Oh, you're here. Okay, cool. All right. Now, there's 2 key takeaways to this trade. 2 key takeaways. Write this down in like crayon on your paper at home. Number 1, lots of emotion in that trade. Okay? You'll be getting bullish when it's time to sell. You won't be long when it comes time. You'll be long when it's time to take the money. You're going to wake up at 9:30. You want to get long as fuck. Right? So a lot of emotion in this trade. You're going to be bulled up on the highs, and you're going to be bared up on the lows. I don't know, Cap. Now, here's the second part to this trade. Hold on, I had it. Okay. So there's like, you'll be the wrong side of the trade. That's a big part of this trade. The second part of this trade that's important is it's going to look like a bear trap when it happens, usually. Usually, like, you're going to get a failure of new highs, failure of new highs, failure of new highs. We'll be trading sideways, and at like 2:30 in the afternoon, I shit you not, at 2:30 in the afternoon, either today, tomorrow, or Wednesday. I don't know, when is DivX? I haven't even checked. When's DivX for this month? Does anybody know? 12/23. No, that was the one from 20. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. says the ex-dividend date is 12/23. We're only on the 16th right now. The record date is 23rd. Pay date is 26th. Do I have that right or wrong? Somebody let me know if I'm wrong on this. So the 23rd. So super ramp, 22nd, 21st. I know I shouldn't say this stuff publicly, should I? They could start ramping it early too. We have one or two examples of like a slow ramp into it. So we're on the 16th right now. We have Christmas. Let's look at the ex-div date of 12/20 of 23. Let's look at this one. Hold on a second. Let's go back over here. Hold on. Yeah, let me see here. Let's see here. Hold on here. No, I don't want that one. Let's look at I fucked that up. God damn it. Screener. What am I looking for here? No, I don't want any of that. Hold on here. Ah, fucking God. Pain in the ass. All right, here we go. Let's scroll over to this one again. Everybody's long as fuck now, right? On the everybody's like, fuck it, get long. He said get long. Let's look at the one from 2023. As March. There's some March. There's a December one. Okay, ready? 2023. It happened on December 20th. So, and look at that. They started it early. Oh, shit. All right, we're going to start ramping. But notice this is the 13th. Up, 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 up into the DivX day. Look at that. Moon, 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 moon. And then look at the dump. You know, you're not long, and we start ramping. This is the 13th of December, right? And this is December 23rd. Oh, hold on here. December 13th, right, was the Wednesday. So this is the Monday. Look close. Stay with me here, everybody. 13th, 12th, 11th. Looks a lot like today, right? Ramp, ramp, ramp into the bell. Ramp, ramp, ramp on Tuesday. A little bit of doom and gloom for Jerome Powell, right? Super ramp up. This is the 14th, 23rd. DivX day, not 20th, but 23rd this time around. Sell the fuck out of it. But here's what's fascinating too, and this is the emotion. Couple days of up. Looks like a bull trap right here, right? Or a bear. It looks like bears are in control. Sell the shit out of the market down here. Sell this, like, it's just big bull traps all the way up, and then we sell the 23rd of December. So we sell then if we do the same thing this time, we would sell the 23rd. But what's fascinating is it still gets the new fucking high again. There's the last day of the market. And, you know, doom and gloom. Who's down here buying that dip on the 23rd? Nobody? And then we're back up to all-time highs again. So it would look something like what? Nope, I don't know. Someone's here. Someone the dogs hate is here. So the idea, I guess, would be if we followed 2023, Grind into Wednesday. Super gap up into Wednesday. Maybe a couple doom mornings. How far can we get it lower? And then ramp that shit up into the 23rd of December. Sell the fuck out of the 23rd into Christmas, and then come back for after Christmas. I think we have a half market or something on that Friday, like half day or something like that, and then super ramp up into the 1st or 28th of the 1st or the 3rd or 5th or whatever. You guys get me now? So the DivX trade should be on right now. Theoretically, it's on today, tomorrow, and Wednesday with a gap up Wednesday. And then we just grind higher into the 23rd. We sell the open on the 23rd of December. There you go. There's the DivX trade. So we wouldn't do any of this, would we? If we already did our back test earlier, let's go over to the trigger screen. So we were looking for a back test of the cross. We got it early this morning. Right? Already been done. Would imply that we're going to go up into 4 p.m., right? 1600. We've already satisfied our back test of the trade. This is end of the day. 2:30 in the afternoon. Well, let's do 2:30. PT1, say right here. Move that all the way over there. Just get rid of it. Grind it up, come back down, and get above it. We could probably cancel all this shit until the 23rd. We would look for lows to buy the whole way up, especially like Tuesday. Tuesday would have a low. So you're open over here, you'd have the low. Come back up into minute basis. Tuesday, 9:30. Wednesday, 9:30. Can't see a goddamn thing here. Wednesday, right? Wait a minute. I got something wrong here. 9:30. That's a low to go higher. Hold on a second here. Tuesday, 1600, right there. Here's your prior high. High, down into both of these would be like bear traps here after the Wednesday 2 p.m. bullshit. There's your target for 610 right there. Wednesday, Thursday. Here's the close on Wednesday, 1600. Party time on Friday. Something like that. We'll be looking at 615 by next week on the 23rd. $9 a.m. right there. And there's a gap up in here too. There's some kind of a gap up in here. It'll come up like Thursday, Friday, drop you back down, and then whoop, right up there. Lower high. That's probably where probably fail this up here. That's where you're going to get your bear case. That's where the fake outs go. Like failure here. Bears all in, fuel the run up. Bears are going to tell you that new high going down the depths of hell. New high going down the depths of hell. Sell this down the depths of hell. In fact, it'll be bought on the open tomorrow. Back up. They're trapped in now. Their last hope is the FOMC meeting. 25 BPS. Sell volatility. Super fucking ramp up into DivX. There you go. That's where it is right there. Bear's going to be getting short as fuck in here and fueling the ride higher. That's 6 p.m. Make that 9 or whatever it is. Doesn't matter. DivX. Where's the pivots? Hide. Bring them back in. Where's the... Oh, look at that up there. Yeah, there's a bear holocaust coming. Post that on Twitter. There will be 2 opportunities for bears to get ultra fucked. Tuesday open at 9:30 in the morning. Wednesday morning open. But remember what I told you. On the 23rd, well, in this year, on the 23rd, get a crayon out. Get a crayon out. Like 9:31 a.m. on the 23rd. Bears will have their revenge. And bulls are going to not want to buy the dip on that revenge. I'm assuming that's going to be on... let me see. Let me look at the market hours here. Jesus Christ. I'm just thinking about the implications of doing this live. The DivX trade. Volatility Wiz is like, I fucking hate him. Jesus Christ. I thought we had a half day. Maybe I guess I'm wrong on this. I thought we had a half day on the 26th, but I could be wrong. Or Thursday. No, I guess we're open on Thursday and Friday. So sell the 23rd, go into Christmas, come back from Christmas. Not a lot of time here, is there? I thought we had a half. I guess we don't. We need. Oh wait. Hold on. Oh no. Hold on here. Each market will close early at 1 p.m. on Tuesday the 24th. So we got a short market on the 24th. So just on the 24th. Okay. So not the 26th and 27th. So on the 24th, we got a short day. So that makes sense, right? Sell the fuck out of 9:30 the 23rd. Market bloodbaths into Christmas. Come back from Christmas and get long as fuck. Oh God, we're squeezing right now. Trading 608.67 right now. Time for the Bears to come in and act all boss up here. It's 1:23 in the afternoon. Just cranking it out. What's up, Poke? DivX trade. Just as we start squeezing. Everyone's like, long, 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 long. We're all long. Everybody's long. DivX trade for the simpletons in our lives, for the crayon eaters, for simple jacks like me. Remember those key points. Remember the point of a bearish open, long it Tuesday, Wednesday. I could be wrong on this. Don't be like, oh, Cap, you told me this. But like, sure enough, like, you should probably see like strength in the close today. You should see like a sell down in the overnight tomorrow. It's tomorrow. Buy that dip. Another like doom trade on Wednesday. Get to 25 BPS, sell the vol, gap up. Now, I don't know the order of this stuff. They could do the gapping today, do the gapping tomorrow, do the gapping on Wednesday. But it should be a gap up at some point. And we should stay strong into the 23rd, 9:30 a.m. Now, that's kind of weird, right? You like 23rd is a full day. Traders will expect there's one more strong day. No. You get a half day on the 24th. Keep selling. Come back from Christmas on Thursday, the 26th. Thursday, yeah. Get long as fuck into New Year's. Hopefully, I'm closing out all my calls and shit. Jan 1, 3rd, 5th, 28th, somewhere in there. Now, there is a problem in this. I've got straight calls too for January. I got spreads and straight calls. That 23rd doom could erase all those gains. So I got to pay attention to my straight calls on the 23rd. But my spreads, I think I might leave those on. There's a longer version of that one. By the way, David. Yeah, I've been long since like 604.5, 605. I burned a couple down though. I lost not quite 10 grand, but I probably lost last week 6 to 8 grand in total with all my trading. Not a good thing. But I can't win every goddamn week. I think it's worth buying the open, or I think it's worth looking for the opens to buy. I was looking for a little bit more down this morning. I wanted to see like a little bit more squeeze to the downside, a little bit more pain, but didn't get it. We just kept going up and up on the open. VIX up, price up right now, by the way. Coming into Bear Town where they want to sell. So you can see it here. I'll put it on a 1 minute so you can see it on Gamma. Those bears want to come in here and play, guaranteed, without a doubt. I'll make this larger for you. So we got a short day on the 24th, 1:30 in the afternoon. Full days on the 26th and 7th. I got to tell you guys, spreads are the way. Telling you. Said it 20 fucking times. Buy goddamn spreads. It's the easiest. I can't stand zero dates during the holidays. It's low volume, so you can make money, but it's such a fucking nightmare. You're like spending all your time watching the market. And I've tried to say this a million fucking times. Like, I can't say it enough. Just get a fucking call spread on a low. Don't look at it. You trade sideways, we do it. I said this in a brief. I don't care if we do it early or we do it late. I don't care if we trade sideways for a week, if we squeeze up and trade sideways for 2 weeks. I don't care if we like start the month with a squeeze, then we trade sideways the whole rest of the month. I don't care if we fucking trade sideways at the beginning of the month, squeeze up at the end of the month. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. Just call fucking spreads. Call spreads. You should be spending time with your family and friends. Oh, shit. I should talk about this subject. This is the time of year for you to put on a call spread and set it and forget it. Unless we're in a bear market, fucking end of a bull run, shit like that. Call spreads are your friend. And they usually print like the closing of the month or the closing of a week. Like December, January. So easy. Too easy. And there's volatility, so you can jump on those trades easily. If we get one on the 23rd, you'll be able to buy a dip down there, take it long. And spend time with your family and friends. So here's some fucked up shit. I got all kinds of fucked up shit for you guys. So meanwhile, I'm doing all this stuff here, right? And I have my own stuff like life going on too, right? So the used automobile market, I want to talk to you guys a couple things. So like durable goods. I got to talk to you guys about durable goods. So like shoes, Nike. Make sense? Durable goods are bottoming in inflation. My daughter's birthday was this month. She was turning 18. And some of you know that I was looking for a car, right? I've been looking for a car for the past 2 months or something like that. And my oldest daughter, my pride and joy, my progeny, the oldest son returns. The one you don't want to fuck up. The one that parents fuck up all the time. Oops, I burnt one. And I don't want that to happen with my oldest. And she's done very well. She's in high school and in college. She has been at the University of Michigan through half of her high school. And it's hard to give someone that's under 18 a license. They build the laws in our state for you to not license your child. Or if you do, your child is likely running dirty, driving dirty at some point, setting them up to get tickets, put them on the fucking radar of the police. It's like cops in schools. And you got to do it these days because parents will sue you. Back in the olden days, I remember I was on a train once when I was underage, and I was with my older cousin. I was on the train, and the police got us, and we were drinking beer, and they made us pour all the beers out at the next train stop, and they let us go along on our way. And I said, "How'd you catch us, man? Like, why are you even here?" And they're like, "One of you was smoking a cigarette on the train, and there was one of our group smoking a cigarette on the train." They're like, "We wouldn't have even come here if you didn't smoke on the fucking train." But they let us go. Can't do that anymore. So everything with kids today is like set up for failure. Set up to be on the grid. Set up to be on this. Set up to be on the police radar. Blah, blah, blah. Even licensing. Kids today, not all states, but a lot of states out there, you don't even know or realize how often your kid drives dirty even when they're licensed with insurance. Like, we've got rules here where I live where, like, they can only drive basically with their parents even when they're 16, and the insurance through the roof, the cost of all this shit's through the roof. And then your kid's only allowed to drive at certain times if they're going to a job, if they're going back and forth from school. Other than that, they can't drive after dark, can't drive during the week, drive on the weekends, no friends allowed in the car. So you're basically driving with your goddamn kid till they're 18. So basically, we don't fucking do that. So our child has not had a license. She's had a driver. Wherever she needs to go, she gets a driver. So she turned 18. And I was looking for, she's done such a good job, and she's been amazing. She's been no trouble. She reads books. She gets killer grades. Watch out for this 4-hour back here, coming back down into it right now. Switch over to a 15-minute look. Watch this 607.29 right now. She's done really well. I'm so impressed with her. She's she makes my heart break. She's the opal of my eye, and I want to cry right now thinking about it. She's most perfect thing I could ever want in my life, and I don't know how that happened. I really don't, and she makes me so proud. So, durable goods. Fascinatingly enough, durable goods includes automobiles, and used automobile sales have been coming down for since 2022. Yeah, man, I want to cry. Like, seriously, this kid is fucking perfect. I don't know how she was perfect. I don't know what's up. It definitely wasn't me. She's a really, really, really good human. And she's going to make an impact on people's lives. I know that. I know it. She's going to make a difference in humanity. That matters to me. That you can do that, or that you do that in life. You spend part of your life doing that for humanity. You add to humanity. So, durable goods. Cars are starting to bottom. So I'm like timing the car market, used car market. And I finally found her a vehicle. I bought her a 2013 or 14. I don't even know. But I bought her a car for her birthday. I was thinking about a Tesla. I was thinking about Tesla, and then I was thinking about a Honda. I was thinking about the Honda Civic, Toyota Camry. Well, a bunch of different cars. I guess I was looking at a Jeep or Jeeps. That's what she wanted. Let's start with that. She wanted a Jeep. Couldn't find anything that wasn't junk. Then I looked at Volkswagen Bugs. They're all junk. This shit took me months to find. I thought about a Tesla, but then I was told that 50% of new car drivers are in an accident within the first 2 years. So Tesla's out. Then I looked at Camrys and Honda Civics. They're so square. Like, she needs to have some fun in her life. I like the idea of that car. I like the idea of the Honda, whatever the Honda is that does the, it's got an engine in it. It's electric too. I forget what it's called right now off the top of my head, but I looked at those two. And I looked at all the shit I got to do, like get one that's with the batteries are gone and the engine's blown and replace both, and she'll get a bunch of years out of it. And still kind of like no fun. I looked at a 4Runner, one in particular that was good. But I test drove it and I was like, this is more something I'd like. So then I found I've passed in this car my entire fucking adult life, but I did test drive some Subaru Outbacks. Finally, of all these cars I've been looking at, I finally found a Subaru Outback that was the right price. That's what I got her. I got her Subaru Outback. 2013 Subaru Outback had 140,000 miles on it, I think. Got it for a sweet fucking deal. And it's already going up in value. I'll show you guys pictures in the Discord. So I got her a Subaru Outback. Fucking thing's cool. It's like kind of like off-roadish. I got her off-road tires for it. It's got everything. Heated seats. It's small enough that she can drive it. It's not boring like a Honda Civic. It's not gonna have innate problems. Everything's sound in it too. Like the tranny's sound in it, the engine's sound in it. I have to do a flush, I think, to keep the tranny sound. I did a bunch of work on it. And then I found a Subaru mechanic. So we're going to bring it to the Subaru mechanic and have him look it over. It's my mechanic, but not the Subaru mechanic. I guess Subaru mechanics are like gods. So I did give her a car for her birthday. And it was really cool. I did it like I wrapped it up and then I put it in the garage. And then I was like, yelled at her. I'm like, I want you to go outside and open up the garage. I locked both of them so they couldn't get in. Then I yelled at the other daughter to go help her. And then I was like, oh, you kids can't do anything. So then I was like, here's the key to the garage door. And it wasn't the key to the garage door. It was the key to the car. I gave it to the younger one. And then I walked out behind the younger one and we opened the garage door and gave her a car. Subaru Outback. And it's beautiful. It's beautiful. It's got space. She can like go to music festivals. She can go to college. She can move across the country. This kid goes to the top number 2 or 3 public research institution in the United States. She's on fucking honor roll. She's fucking smart as fuck. Her safety school is the University of Michigan. That's her safety school. God. So lucky. Right on, Winky. The Civic 2-door is great. I got no problem with the Honda Civic. You are right on the Honda Civic. You're right. I know the Type R shit and the 2-door sedan. I know they're badass. I saw them. They're badass. But I wanted 4 doors. I wanted to be able to bring her friends with her. I think I don't want to say boys like them more, but I understand the Civic gang. I know that there's a Civic gang. Fucking Winky dick. Right on. Yeah, dude, I thought about buying the 4Runner for myself. I should show you guys the 4Runner. Should show it to you guys. So I was like, so I'm telling my wife. So I did all this test driving. And I'm like, I want to get rid of the Caddy. I want to get rid of the Tesla. I want to get a fucking 4Runner and a Subi. My wife's like, what? I'm like, yeah. I was like, I probably drove 20 or 30 cars. So at least 20 or 30 cars. That shit takes forever. There's a few things I learned. So we're bottoming in the auto market. There's a few things that I learned here, okay? There's a few things that I learned. Searching for a car. Here's the few things that I learned. Number 1. No one's selling their cars private sale like they used to. It's either a dealership. Ready for this one? A fucking dealership faking that it's private sale. So they're like taking the car off the lot and moving it to a private lot. Giving the impression I'm selling it for a lot, but at my house. Kind of a deal. or it's resellers. So it's like, and I'm not mad about this, but you know, like everything is a resale market today. Like everybody's going to side hustle, side gig. The car market's like that now. So like the ratio of actual private sales to someone that's either a used car dealer or semi-used car dealer versus private sale is way smaller than it ever was. Finding like an actual legit, I own this car, very rare these days. So that still shows you, or shows me, that the car market is still very, I don't know, like aggressive. I don't know if it's aggressive, but you're not finding as many private sale cars where they're either hiding that they're really a used car lot, or they have a license to sell used cars, or they're flipping the car. Like the flippers, like there's people doing it. Yeah, durable goods is bottoming right now. Here, I'll show you a link. I'll show you a link to it. Hold on a second here. It was in our PPI report last week. Hang tight here. I think it was in it was in PPI. Was it PPI? No, hold on. Where was it? Where did I see the durable goods report? Yeah, right here. Yeah. Here we go. Hold on, I'll get it for you guys. Hold on here. I'll post the link. You guys got to read this shit. You got to read this shit, especially if you want to long certain stocks. This is an important one. Twitch. I'll put it on Twitch and YouTube. I post here. Yeah, this stream looks like dog shit. Can I comment here? Post that there. Hang tight here, guys. You got the UFO in the fucking thumbnail. God, my thumbnails, I think my thumbnails are only meant to please me. So I don't know why I find that shit humorous, but I wanted to put on the thumbnail for the YouTube video like a poop coming out of the back of the UFO. So I was looking for cars, and I was shocked at how many vehicles were flippers or people that are licensed, or and especially us coming into a bottom of the used car market. And I can see why that is. There is not a lot of stock out there. It's become like a cottage industry. Used car market is a cottage industry now. You used to be able to get like some lady or some guy would go to turn their car in, and I'm assuming that some lady or some guy would go out there to sell their car or to trade their car in. They'd be told some ridiculously low number. And so they'd go and try to sell it before they had to buy the new car over a 2-week period. Let's say, right? They go out and try to get a better price before they have to collapse and buy the new vehicle. Their wife or their husband's yelling at them or whatever. So they get like a window where they can sell it, and the car will pop up on a website, Craigslist, Facebook, OfferUp, whatever. I don't fucking know. And you can probably find a decent vehicle at a decent price. Not quite a used car lot, private sale, but it's not bottom of the barrel, right? That shit's gone. there's people out there now that are scouring for used cars for sale, for private sale. They scoop them up and then jack the price up just below a used car lot price. So there's a whole nother industry going on in the used car market right now. And I found that fascinating. And the fact that durable goods are bottoming, right there it is, right there, Smoosh. That should have been the that should have been the that should have been the oh God, that's Subaru Gang. That's not what I recall Subaru Gang being. I recall Subaru Gang being I'm from the Mountain West. Doesn't everybody own a Subaru or a Toyota 4Runner out west? Mountain West. Am I wrong in that? That is funny though. I want to drive a Subaru. I liked it. I would totally, if my daughter didn't want that car, I guess I'd have to cut my hair if I drove Subaru. Oh, here we go. Burnt butthole is on Sell It Down Gang. Burnt butthole is in revenge trade. Yeah, perfect. I don't have to cut the I have to have party in the front and serious in the back, right? Like shave it up nice and high and tight in the back. And have nice long front ends. Yeah, they are, right? If you live in the Mountain West, there's two vehicles that are the official vehicle of the Mountain West. Old school Toyota 4Runners and Subarus, period. You are considered the upper crust. Doesn't matter if you're broke. It's like being a hippie ambassador, right? You're like a mountain ambassador if you're not driving a Subaru. That's what I've always related it to. I guess it could be a LGBTQ flag in other areas of the country, but I think in the Mountain West, it's just a sign that you live in the mountains. That's what I always thought about it. So that's what I got her. Got her a Subaru Outback. Yes. Yes. Yes, Green Vegas. I'm gonna creep us up into this close right here. Bear's gonna get a little bit of party time in tomorrow morning. Bears will be claiming they sold. Bears will be claiming they sold at 9:30 a.m. tomorrow. I bought puts yesterday, but I closed them at 9:30 this morning. I know the UFO news. The idea that aliens just use Earth as a place to drop off shit they don't want actually makes sense. I was thinking the same thing. If you want off this shithole, ass grass or grass, right? I don't know. There was something about this. All right, so like the 4Runner, so I got rid of I had a Toyota Tundra. I got rid of it when I moved to the city. Moved to Detroit, and I was like, this ain't gonna fucking fly. So Detroit at that time was just making the turn. I was like, I need something that blends in. I need some ghetto flage. I did. I bought a ghetto flage vehicle. It blended in. Great vehicle. Looked like shit. Wouldn't want to steal it. It's my first. I got a Ford F-150. And I was doing flips and stuff, so it was a work truck. Had the topper on it. Looked really rough, but it was a great truck. And I drove that piece of shit everywhere. I parked that thing. I left doors unlocked. Nobody ever went in it. It was awesome. But I forget what it's like to drive one. Then I got the Caddy. All right, actually no. I get the Caddy, and I got got rid of the F-150 for the Caddy, for a ski wagon and two Teslas. Sold one Tesla during COVID, kept one, but now after driving all these vehicles, I'm like back on like Mountain West shit. I'm like, give me a 4Runner. If the kid doesn't want the Subi, I'll take it from her, and I'll keep both. Get rid of the other Tesla. I was like, trying to talk to my wife about this. I'm like, can I like get rid of everything? I love the Caddy, but not after driving the 4Runner and the Subi. I'm like, dude, there's like something about it. Like the Subi's like we like ice storms there. I'm like tooling around town in it, like whipping here, whipping there. They're both kick-ass drives. They're like driving vehicles. I don't know. I don't know what it was. Like it was an ethereal feel to driving both of those vehicles for me, and it felt good. I like Tesla. It's boxy though. It's got like noise. There's like cabin noise that I don't like. I don't like the solid something about it. I don't know what it is. That's getting to me right now. Like I don't drive it a lot either. My wife drives it. I don't drive it. It's like something about it that it like that off-road, like I want that off-road feel, that like tank. Do you guys ever get that feeling? Maybe not, because you're only driving a Tesla. Don't test drive anything else. I'll say that. Don't test drive anything else. Just keep driving Tesla. So I'm like getting that feeling. The brand new ones are silent inside. Yeah, mine's older, so I don't know. Whatever you do, don't test drive like a Subaru, like a dope ass Subaru. And I don't like the new Subarus. I was looking at some of the ones they're coming out with. They're more like a SUV now. Not now, next year's version. I looked at the new ones too. So I'm not gonna like the new Subarus. These are like I think it's like 2013 and above, 2014, like that class, whatever that year is, or that gen. I like that vehicle. Do we break above 607.89 or 90 is a big question, isn't it? Do they trap us in here? Or at least touch it, maybe? I think we have more to go, but not a ton more. Let's keep an eye on it right here. Yeah, I'm not anti-Tesla. I like Tesla. I got no problems at Tesla. Maybe I'll have to have 3 or 4 cars or something. I don't have room for them at all. That's my other problem. So I got to take my driveway and extend it now, or my fencing all the way, like as far as I can extend it to fit all these cars. So the daughter is happy. Did my job. I did my job. She's happy. She's got her vehicle. She's 18 now, so all she has to do is take her test, which is nice. She goes, I left it in, put it in my wife's name. So, told my wife, I'm like, you have more value again. Here's one more thing that you own without a note. You own with cash, which I always like. I'm not a fan of credit at all. And what else? But my wife's gonna keep it under her name, and put it under our insurance, so that it's like she's like a secondary driver of the vehicle, so help on the insurance. They're cheap. The gas is outstanding on a Tesla, of course. There's something about there's something about like I don't know if it's the visceralness of it, or the off-road driving, or like what I liked about the Subaru was it gets good gas mileage. Like I think it's 34. miles to the gallon, which is reasonable. Put the bike rack on the back, put the topper on for the skybox. I like the hatch on it. I like the storage space in it. I like the heated everything in the inside. It doesn't have a lot of bells and whistles, though. Subaru doesn't have a lot of bells and whistles. They're not quite a Toyota in that category, but like Toyota doesn't offer a lot either, or even less. There's, I don't know, something about it. Like I can take this car almost anywhere. I think that's how I feel driving it. Yeah, I thought the same thing about my Tesla. Not the same thing, but that Subaru, dude. I'll show you guys pictures of it because I put these like all-terrain tires on it. I don't know, man. I drove this fucking thing through like ice, sleet, and rain and like sheets of black ice. It was dope. I don't know if it's got better traction than the Subaru. I don't know, man. Subaru, or maybe it was that the Subaru felt more in control. I said that to my daughter. I was like, this car makes you feel like you're like you can drive through anything. Don't believe it. Told her that. I was like, can't believe that shit. I was like, I know it's telling you that it'll get through almost anything. I was like, just don't believe it. You can do a refresh on them too, on your batteries. Yeah, dude. I thought Tesla had it, but I drove I have never been a liker of Subaru. Every experience I've had with it has been bleh, or too small, or not rugged enough, or not this, not that. Maybe I'm getting older. I don't know. Maybe I'm losing all the testosterone. I've got just hormones raging through me. Becoming more feminine in my later years. Yeah. Well, I drove the dude, I want to drive this thing on I would love to take it on the White Rim Trail. I don't know if it could do, was it Jackass Pass? I don't know if it could take Jackass Pass. No, it's not, that's a different place. There's like a mule thing. Wherever that mule part is, where I think there's like, it's been washed out too much now. I don't know if it would pass or not. These buyers coming in for the end of the day here. Suzuki's are good too. What pic? Did I show a picture? Who showed a picture? Did I show a picture? Oh. Oh, let me see. Let me see if I can find a picture. Hold on. Let me see if I can find a pic. Donate today. No. Hold on a second. Damn. Fucking donate every fucking day. Just got asked for a donate. I got to donate to the kids' school this week. Fucking donate here, donate there. Oh, what am I looking for here? Pictures, right? Pictures? Pictures here? No. How do I go? How do I go to pictures? There we go. All right, hold on. There we go. There we go. I wrapped that thing up too. All right, I got pictures. I'll post the pictures in the Discord. There. I'll post pictures in the Discord. So they're on my phone right now. Oh, look at these! Look at the doom here. Here comes the doom. Oh, touch the green line for daddy. Touch it right there. Time is it right now? 2:30. Right there. Doomed until 2:30 maybe. Yeah. See if we can get any more doom in here. A little more doom. A little bit more doom. Oh, I'm missing everything. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, rolling white balls. I think about that. I had to. Oh God, I don't even know what I shouldn't say this. I'm not going to say this. All I can say is this: I live in a house full of women, and have you? Like, I live with women. I'm the only man in my house. A bunch of women. It's not an easy existence. If I have a friend, Addie. I don't know if I should say this. Addie lives in a house full of men, so she probably has similar complaints. I live in a house full of women, which is the opposite, but it's the same probably. You live like when you're like one's. It doesn't have to be sex either. It could be, I don't know. Maybe you're just, I don't know, one feminine, a bunch of Neanderthals, or one Neanderthal with a bunch of feminine. I don't know. I don't know how that goes. But anyways, in our house, I live in a bunch of fucking women. And God, you should see the things I got to write. You got to write notes. You mind doing this for me? It's like worse than a man, like a locker room. You ever been in like a man's bathroom and a woman's bathroom? Like both are disgusting in their own way. I'm like, hey. Stop. It's just us girls. I'm like, yeah, but there's a guy here with you. I'm like, I just need you to clean this one thing for me. Like, stop. Yeah. Yes, Winky. Fucking crime scene. The fuck you doing in there? What are you doing? Like, fucking straight crime scene. Yeah, I'm thinking about that right now. Come on, give me that little bit. A little bit of juice into the clothes. Well, that's, dude, shower drains. That's, I don't want to say all of them. Like, one of them, shower drains. So shower drains, I had to buy. We have these like square, we have like these square like drains in our showers, right? But like you got to remove them, and then underneath it is like no screen or anything. I had to get second on top screens, like the one that you like pick off. Then they like touch the walls with their hair. Like I think like brushing their hair or something. They put the hair in the wall or something, and they clean it off. So I don't know what the fuck they're doing, but though they tell me that wasn't me. I'm like the toilet seat's down. It's you. Nobody's ever here has experienced shower hair wall art. I have. Yeah, a little bit more. Nope, no recover yet. A little bit more. Oh, you're exactly. 100%. 100%, Addy. I'm with you. His leg hair. Then they do the oh god, I don't even want to talk about some of this stuff. I got a bunch of stuff to show you guys. I got like cool stuff. Like my youngest daughter, the pole dancer is not the pole dancer. We're like shaking that out of her. She's becoming smart too. And she was a potential pole dancer. Like we got to redirect some of that energy somewhere else. Successfully, we think done that. And she, for some reason, took to playing clarinet. She was age appropriate, good at it, but she's gotten much better at it. She took us to a concert recently, concerto, and no, it wasn't a concerto. It was just orchestra, and they did like Christmas themed music and stuff like that. There's a lot of Europeans there, a lot of European members of the orchestra too. But I was shocked. We thought it was going to be like the Gremlins. I want you to go to a holiday concert that my teacher asked us to go to. I'm like, okay. And she hasn't even done her concert yet. And so we go and we're shocked. It's our teacher invited us to like a major production for the concert set or orchestra concert set. It was mind was blown. Teacher loves her. So I got to buy a new clarinet for Christmas. Those fucking things are expensive as fuck. Like $5,000 for a clarinet. And I'm like, maybe you should take a violin. If you're really going to do this. You're really going to get paid as a clarinetist. So I looked that shit up, but they get paid. They don't get paid a ton of money either. Even like first chair, they make like 40 to 70 grand. They don't make that much money. Yeah, that's me, Dark Horse. Dude, when I redid the pipes on this house, I made the drains 1/2 inch bit larger too. If you're a beginner trader, how much would be a good amount to start trading with? Don't. If you're a beginner trader, you should be saving money in a bank account, something that you can make money off of. Bonds, bills, or maybe a brokerage that pays you roughly 5% every year. Start there. Start paper trading. No real money. Paper trading. You have all the time in the world to make money and lose money. Just start, look up Google search paper trade and just paper trade with me. I should do a paper trader account. I should do a paper trader on stream. I'm going to write that shit down. A paper trader account would be cool. Let me look that up. I'll look up a paper trader account. Maybe I could do one with you. Yeah, simulator. We'll do one together. I'm on that. I'll do that. I've never actually traded paper trader. I did it the hard way. Blow up your account, full account, 3 fucking times. I'll do a paper trader with you. I'll do both. I'll do both with you. Hey, you want to do a paper trader together? I'll do one. I have an account. I've got a I have an account with shit, I gotta hold on a second. Hold on. I have an option strat account. Can I do paper trading on that? Yeah. How about this? I'll do okay, how about this? We'll do so I've got optionsstrat.com account. I'll do a paper trade with you with that account. With that, I have to watch some videos on it and get to understand it better, but I will. I need to do something on the website for this too. Like, how about this? I'll document. I'll start something on the website where I document like how to start stock trading or trading the stock market. Because like step 1 would be to just work, paper trade and save money to an interest-bearing account of some kind. That makes you roughly about 5%. That would be number 1. And paper trade. Step 2 would probably be from there to buy and sell stocks or buy the S&P 500 would be nice. Be the logical thing to do as you continue to paper trade, or something equivalent, something that tracks the S&P 500 to gain 100 shares. There are indexes that mirror the S&P 500. I know you want to trade like memes and stuff like that, but just buy the S&P 500, 100 shares of it, so you can learn how to trade options, learn how to trade spreads, and own shares, like sell calls, sell puts, that kind of stuff. Be able to leverage that ownership of that underlying. And while you're doing all that, you would then like incorporate buying stock and owning long term in reality. Stock or some kind of equivalent of something that's going to be here longer than you think. Quality stuff. You can do meme stuff and you can do day trading, but you have to do it as a small portion of how you make money. And there's a bunch of other rules in this. Like, I should write all this stuff out because there's things you want to be doing. You want, if you can, you want to be paying off your debt. You want to be saving money. You want money that you make off of that money you're saving to use in the stock market. So if you save $10,000 in a year, and let's say you make $2,000, right? Let's just say you make $2,000, 20%. You can use that money in the stock market. And the more of that you make and pay your taxes on, the more risk you can take. Going to the casino is fine, but not if you're trying. There are aspects of. I want to build an account though, Cap. There are risky ways to build an account. They're very risky though, and they're dangerous. That's where like the Wendy's thing comes from. There is a problem with that, which is when you get that taste of money, you tend to think in hindsight trading that you're a great trader and that you're going to double, triple, and quadruple that money, and that's a false narrative. So you continue on with bad behavior. You can do that if you want, because you'll become a better one way or another. You either get washed out of the market, or you're going to lose enough that you become a responsible investor trader. One or the other. There's a long process after that. You should be taking all that money out of the market at some point and putting it into appreciating assets. That could be long-term bonds. That could be real estate. Could be precious metals or Bitcoin. I can't believe I'm saying that with crypto and Bitcoin. Personally, I'm not a believer in that with crypto, I'll be honest with you. Precious metals don't really pay. Appreciating assets are good. My favorite's always real estate. Real estate is my favorite. Hands down. If there was one like appreciating asset that I like the most, probably that one. You always have opportunities to buy real estate, sell real estate, rent out, lease out real estate. Matter of fact, I fucking saw a guy. I own a bunch of land, and I bought it really cheap at an auction. And I found a guy on Facebook that's renting out his land to hunters, leasing it for access to hunt. And he's paying all his taxes off with that shit. And I'm like, this guy's smart as fuck. I'm like, this guy's fucking, you can send out a lease for a hunting season and you get access to 40 fucking acres and no brainer. Easy button. Yeah, and cash flow, right? Cash flow. Leverage if you ever need it. I need to write all that stuff down because there's some smarter people than me in our group that know that stuff. Like John L is really good at that stuff. And there's steps along the way where a lot of our traders are good at aspects of this better than I am at some aspects of this. But that could really map it out for you well. But meanwhile, if you're a new trader, paper trading is the way, period. Hands down. It gives you the mechanics, the hands-on mechanics of how a trade works. So yeah, we'll do that. I'll look into it tonight. I'll start watching the fucking videos on option strat for paper trading, figuring out how it works, and we'll create an account and all that and do it. I'm game on for that. I think Option Strat has a free paper trader too, don't they? I really like them. They do a good job with other stuff that I watch. Yeah, there's like, I always relate this story to I'm getting older now, right? You don't want to listen to old people until you get older. You realize they were telling you the truth. Well, when I was raising kids when they were young, it didn't matter how much money I made. There was always a bill to be paid. Didn't matter if we brought in 1,000 every week or if we brought in 4,000 every week. Didn't matter if we brought in 6,000 every week. Didn't fucking matter. There was always a fucking bill. There's always somewhere to spend that fucking money. And we survived when times are good, times are bad. Somehow, some way. We couldn't save $1. And we could have. If you put that money out of mind, out of sight, you can. However way you can figure that out, separate bank account, sending it to your dad and mom, sending it, I don't know, burying it somewhere. in a box out in a field that you forget about, and you get an email alert 2 years later, 5, 10 years later. It's a very like hard disciplined way of doing things, but and our system's not built for you to do that. You don't even have to sell. You can go like short calls too. Going like short calls on shit that you own is fun too. You can leverage long owning underlying too. By holding shares. I mean, you get left behind, you have the money, the old money to buy back in again. It's like even if you get this shit gets taken away from you, whether it's assigned or I forget the other one is called on the top of my head, but like if you're trading like memes or you're trading like zero dates, you should have money coming in from other parts of the stock market. Because there's good weeks, there's bad weeks. Living and dying by that sword gets old. There are ways to build an account that way, but it's hard to stop that behavior. There are risks, and there are middle of the road risky ways to do it, like oversold bounces. I like those. I think that's like a good balance of risk, rather than zero dates and stuff like that. Coming in at 230 right now. Still no touch of 607.29. All right, I'll look into it. I'll look into it. I appreciate you. I apologize for the 720p broadcast today. I'm gonna try. I might have to run a stream tonight and see if it works at 1080p. I don't know exactly which platform required 720p. I'll see if I'm actually using that platform or not. If you're new to trading too, I would also talk to you about seasonality, or try to show you seasonality in the stock market. There's like times, even in a bear market, there's seasonality for bulls. It's not always exact, but you can kind of see it. You scale out a little bit in market, you can see where those seasonal lows are. There's a lot of impatience in the market. That's what I've noticed as I get older. There's a lot of impatience. Market doesn't move how you wish or want it to move sometimes. Sometimes it does. And then you get the hindsight trading is like killer. Time is more your friend, not your enemy. $2:27 in the afternoon. Getting into that 3 o'clock. I'm going to go potty really quick. It's 2:30 right now. I'm looking for a price to get down and trade this green bar right here. 607.29. Here is 3 p.m. I'll give you an expectation for tomorrow. I think it's still this right here, though. This, I don't think you could call that done up here, but I don't think it is quite just yet. I think they can still squeeze this up a little bit more into the close, but I do expect us to make a downside move into tomorrow morning, 9:30 in the morning. Take some of this back right here, all this stuff right here. And then for the dip to be bought at the open tomorrow. Let me go to the bathroom really quick. We do have some usually bearish news. Bears like tomorrow usually. We have retail sales, I believe, in the morning at 8:30. So let me take a quick potty break, get up, lift some weights, and I'll be back with you guys in just a moment. Leave this right here for you. Whoop. Did I get that wrong? Somewhere right there. And I'll give you an expectation for tomorrow, and I'll be right back. On that note, New Jersey receives a report of radioactive medical device lost in transit. The shipping container arrived at its destination damaged and empty. Just checking in really quick here. Keep your eye on this line up here. There's a little bit more to go. 6086.11. 60790 on SPOOs. Turn my phone over here. Just give me a quick pop and rock. A little bit more. Break time, be right back. Old man, be right back. Okay. We're getting better. Just want one more squeeze. Just take it into like 3 p.m. I don't give a fuck what you do after 3. Don't do the grind. Pampo, sir. The fuck you guys doing? It feels good when it's in the money, right? When you start making some money. What about all the doom surrounding that trade? Don't worry about it. We'll be back next week. It'll be printing hard and heavy. See what we got here. Note that there's a high probability of some kind of like a, not now, but in the like overnight sell into the morning open, then higher. Same thing for Wednesday. There is a squeeze in there. I don't know if it's today, if it's tomorrow, or Wednesday. You're going to expect here that we trade up into this close here. Try to tag this. And then maybe sell down a little bit into a little bit of a pullback into tomorrow's. This is tomorrow's open. Sell up, down. This is the open at 9:30, and then another new high up here. A failure of all-time highs up here tomorrow. Back down again. Midday, you get the doom and gloom for the report. FOMC report. I don't know if we just ticked the new high just there or now. We're close to it. Just a hair under. Jason Myers saying that Robinhooders can close trades later in the day now? I didn't know that. He thinks that either today or this week at some point, Robinhooders can stay in market. I always wondered about that. I was like, dude, that just smells like a class action lawsuit. That's what I've always thought about that. The one, like, there's a few parts of Robinhood where I'm like, why is there no class action lawsuit for that kind of stuff? Like, if you don't have a funded account, like you don't have $25,000 in your account, they like close you out at 2:30 or 3:30 or something. It just sounds suspect as fuck to me. I know what they blame it on, but that shit could be assigned to you or whatever. I'm like, that's a fucking bullshit scam. Like the risk to the company. I'm assuming they're claiming it from GME or something. Sounds like a scam to me. Yeah, I'll look into it too. I'll look it up later. There's a school shooting in Madison, Wisconsin today. Tomorrow should be an only update too. Whatever the pullback is, and tomorrow should be an only update too. All schools that have Tesla levels or TSA level security by now. Schools are a weird thing. Like, man, it's such a complicated thing. Like, we've always had shootings. Firearms were never. Firearm culture was different, for sure. Firearm culture started changing for me. 2010, 2005, 2010, it started changing. By like 2015, that's when I was really like, whoa, what the fuck? I grew up like an NRA member as a kid. I grew up when you could drive into a parking lot at a school and have a rifle in the back of your truck or your car, right in the back windshield. Can't do that anymore. I find gun culture really bizarre. Not a member of the NRA anymore. Kind of like it's where it had that like Charleston Heston thing changed it, but now want nothing to do with it. There's like a gun culture problem in the U.S. I think. I'm very 2A, pro 2A. I think it's a cultural thing in a lot of senses. I don't like the police, of course, or police response in general. That bothers me deeply. Like the stuff that happened in Texas really pissed me the fuck off. And that's why, like, when we're talking about the Memorial Day thing, police are not the same as a military. You can't be told what to do as a police officer. You get to go home, you get better pay, better benefits. You can say no. You literally can. I think there are great police out there, of course, but it's still different. So it's like a police problem. Then there's a kid problem too, right? Kids are doing this. Then you see the backgrounds of the parents behind a lot of these kids, and you see like you see parental and like kids having access to guns, or why they have access to guns, or what are the kids being taught, or the kids getting the politics, with the guns, or mental health issues not being addressed. That there's like a whole gambit of a problem, right? There are probably easier ways to address this stuff too. We never will. A lot of that involves, like I think I don't know anyone that's like should a person have a weapon? Should like a close person in your life be responsible? I think so. Yes. I think that would do away with a lot of it. If your son or daughter does this, or you give a weapon to someone that's can't take care of themselves, or even if you know about someone that owns a weapon that shouldn't have one. Europe does some of this, right? And I know that Australia is kind of draconian, but I know in Europe there's some like background check, like talk to your neighbor, talk to your family, talk to your job, talk to your school. Makes you, if you want a weapon too, it makes you a better person, right? In kind, if you really want to have access to one. I think it's multifold. I think it's like this huge gamut of stuff. It's like a full thing. It's like it's so complicated, and I'm a believer in 2A. So like I'm a believer in 2A, but in the same side, in the same token, so much in that I can't get behind at all. Being 2A, right? I still can't get behind some of the don't do this. I fucking hate dealers. Goddamn dealers, dude. Well, it even comes down to like people that have guns. It even comes down to like people that carry that shouldn't be carrying most of the time. In most situations, most people, unless they're looking for a haircut, shouldn't have one even on them. I was in a fucking school event with a lady who had a fucking firearm. She was wearing it on her side. Open carry. And all I kept thinking to myself was, I was watching how she was acting or moving inside of this place, and I just couldn't get my fucking eyes off her. And I was in the Army. Like, I'm looking at this woman and I'm like, this fucking person has no fucking business carrying an open carry. Number one, people know she has a gun. Just like right there, full stop. She's doing it to like for her own wanting to protect kids or something, or I don't know, some kind of fucking stupid shit. And then I'm watching her. I'm like I just counted like 20 times I could have beaten the fuck out of her and ripped that fucking gun right off her fucking side and shot the place up. And like, you'll never see a police officer do that shit. You'll never see like a police officer in a crowded room with his back to people, any of that kind of shit. You never see a soldier do that shit. You just never see it. Even if you did, they'd get slapped upside the fucking head by someone else. What the fuck are you doing? So when you see civilians do that stuff, you're just like, oh God, it's nightmare fuel. It's like, she's just asking for it. Most people, it's better to not be armed. 99%. Like, better off just running. In most instances. Goddamn fuck, I did this fucking, fuck these fucking, can't stand low volume. What am I doing? So these like the whole gun culture, like it's all bizarre to me. The whole thing is fucking bizarre. I understand having a gun in your home. I understand if you're like out in the woods or something, having a gun, or most people don't need that shit though. You gotta like, you're in a business or something, you're dropping cash maybe. Stuff like that, but most people like you do better be a better fucking driver on the road. You do better to not be causing problems at a fucking sporting event, or like there's it's a fetish sizing of I'm gonna be the hero. No. Then there's like the other side of this too. There's like There's adults too with problems too, right? There's like adults, like the guy in Las Vegas. Their mental health stuff goes hand in hand with not just kids. Adults have that same problem. Now that doesn't mean it's gonna like stop it all from happening, but it would probably decrease a bunch of it. There's some talk about rotation into NVDA. 325 right now. Half an hour left. Hopefully I squeeze you all out into the close here. Get price where it needs to be into the close. Guns are tough. I don't think a lot of us are on the opposite side of some of this shit either. I really don't believe that. Like we get put on the opposite sides of it. But I don't think any sane, rational person, no one that I've met has been on the opposite side of that. So I don't know. There's like, it's an internet thing. I was looking at that, the Twitter post from that guy's video, and I was reading the commentary, and like there was some shit posting, but then some of that shit was real, and I'm like, there's literal fucking crazy people that get to vote today. We need to bring back institutions, but in a better way. You know, like reformed institutionalization of people. Find out if they're fucking really crazy or not. Yeah, sanitariums 2.0. I always think of it like you need like sanitarium 2.0, but a more friendly one. Well, they used to have this, right? And then the second thing would be some kind of like it's not quite social credit, but proof in who you are. So I know if I'm talking to a young person or someone from another country or someone that's point blank like like fucking crazy. Yeah, and education too. I just read an article. I didn't post this, but I fucking read an article. I was talking to you guys once on stream about how they want dumber fucking Americans for World War III. Sure than fucking shit. I read an article like a week ago on that fucking topic. I'm like, oh Christ. To repopulate the United States, they think that there was an article written that to repopulate the United States, to encourage having children, less education. I was like, fuck me, it's same shit I was talking about. From a reputable, this is from a reputable think tank. This is from a conservative think tank. I mean, fuck me. Yeah, there should. You should know. I want to know. I don't want to fight with people if it's like a room full of like dudes that are 16 years old. I don't want to be in the conversation like trying to tell them that X-Men fucking Infinity is not the best movie ever. I'd be like, fuck yeah, man, it is. Or a bunch of 16-year-old girls talking about how Taylor Swift is the best fucking musical artist ever. Fuck yeah, fucking A, right? You're 16? All right, right on. I don't know, you're a bunch of women? Sure. You know, cool. I get you. I'm not going to argue with you. Because I don't need to do that. But social media would never let you do that. They're like, fuck no, we want that. We want that discourse and that argument. Like, you know what I mean? Yeah, I saw that crazy shit too. Saw that crazy. You don't need to go to the movie theater. We need workers, baby. I saw that, Winky. Fucking pure insanity. It's all about like the plebs against the plebs killing each other. That's what it's all about. It's like the Pantheon and steroids. 3:30 now. We'll see if they can get it up here. We're pretty fucking close, right? Just that last little fuck you and roll it down. Yeah, so. And then I feel like I'm taking the crazy pills. Like, am I taking crazy pills there? Am I the only one that thinks this? And then, of course, you touch grass and you meet other people, and they're like, no, I think the same thing you think. Okay. I'm not alone here. The internet tells me no, that everybody thinks this. Everybody actually thinks there's a mothership off the coast of Iran. And then they get like, I looked that up this morning. At some point, I was Google searching, and sure enough, they were even addressing it in public. Why? How are you even given, like, look, Google search motherships off the coast. Why are you even giving time to this? Fucking pure insanity. Well, the people think that. I'm like, no, they don't. That's not real people. I'm going to get rid of that just so we can see it. People don't think that. Your regular person does not believe that's true. I'm telling you, the hippo herder, that's a bit. I'm telling you, hippo herder. There's a big ass fucking big. I'm telling you, hippo herder, there's a big ass fucking bear trap. This is a scam. They're gonna rope all these fucking bears in tomorrow and Wednesday. I guarantee it. I know. Like, they're gonna raise the VIX. They're gonna raise price. This is a DivX scam. This is a big fucking scam. They're gonna run this shit right up. And then all the option sellers are gonna freak out, and then it's gonna come back down for end of the month. They're gonna unpanic again. I don't think you get the gap tomorrow. I think you get the gap on Wednesday. But you're getting it. You're getting it today, tomorrow, or Wednesday. They got to rope in. You need put buyers. We don't even need put buyers. Dealers need put buyers. Dealers need put buyers. They need put buying going on. Lots of it. As much as we can get. God damn. There's like, I gotta kill all these calls, get the price ready to go. Then I need to get all these put buyers on board thinking we're gonna crash. Or is a program doing that? Do I do anything in GME? Yes, I do. What do you want to know about GME? Do I do anything? I've been trading GME. I haven't traded it personally in a long time, but I traded it when it was worthless. What do you want to know about GME? What do you want to know about it? Had a nice little breakout over here. We knew about that. Is it going to moon? I'm getting smoked right now. Do you want to know what? It's going up again? What, MOAS? Is he saying what? MOAS is coming up soon? What's coming soon? Tell me. What's James Rowland saying? Here, let me look at it. It's coming soon. My shit's getting smoked right now. I got a 100-pack die in here. It's coming soon. It is not before going down. It could take a significant amount of time. It's going down before it's going up. You mean like MOAS? All the triggers are in place? They are in place, but it's going to be a process. I'm getting smoked right now. I fucking hate these fucking deals. I should have taken the money up here and run. Why I'm even trading zero dates right now. This is the third time I've gotten smoked on zero dates. I'm just going to stop. Said I'm done. No more zero dates until February. I'm being serious. Just staying with spreads and the long dated calls. Bottom right hand side here. Okay, so GME. Let's talk GME. I'll make it simple for you, okay? Quite simple here. It's not coming now. I'll prove it to you. Just right here, you can see. That's going to take time. Right there. That's 2026. Take time. This right here, going to take time. But that's going to take time. And your weekly is getting weak here. Daily is getting weak. So yes and no. So like, you see this move right here? Like there should be a lot of that along the way. That makes sense? Maybe that's a high, but you're still talking about time. Yeah, maybe fall. Is you looking for this? Or are you looking for the big one? If you're looking for the big one, maybe September next year. If you think you're getting MOAS, you're not. I'll tell you that. You're never getting MOAS. Never. Let me say it to you again. You're never, ever getting MOAS. They stopped it here. When they shut it down, they'll shut it down again. The moment they figured out they could shut it down, or that they had to shut it down, they would stop it. Same thing will happen again. Will you get more rips or squeezes? Yes. But if you think it's like never going to stop going up, that's never happening again in the stock. Ever. Is it going to go higher? Yes. But everything is right. But it's going to take time too. So there's two key points there. Well, I get back to the main screen so these guys can see it. So like two main points there. You're never getting MOAS. I don't want to say it to you. I'm going to lose viewers over this. You're never getting MOAS. Ever. You can look at VFW, at VW. It was either VW or BMW. This is VW, I think. You can use VW as the example for why you're never getting MOAS ever again. And I got to impress this point upon you. It is not your fucking stock market. It'll never be your stock market. It can be for moments, but it'll never be your stock market. No matter how stupid they are, they will eventually listen to the one nerd in the room that's been telling them, hey, you're going to blow this up, blow that up, blow this up. And sometimes they might even want that to blow up. There's like infighting at high levels in banks between each other and hedge funds. Money is no longer an object. It's more a matter of blowing up their friend that they might have had maybe they looked at their wife or something, or they just want to one up that person. There's some of that going on too, but generally speaking, you're not going to get it. There's a frame where you can get it, but it's not forever. So MOAS is not real. And the same people that didn't believe that when we topped the first time got blown the fuck out. So I'll leave it at that. But is it going to go up? Yes. Is it going to go up into next year? Yes. Is it going to have a kick-ass high? Yes. Is it tradable? Yes. I just don't know what it's on the time frame. And the scary part, for me at least, for right now, is GME could easily roll over in the spring, and so there's still GME here. GME can easily roll down, and like time is of the essence for GME. You can go higher, but you get that spring roll and that summer roll would not shock me before the ramp up into September. Just be conscious of that. So you get like a little bit of a ramp here, but then you get your rolls down as well. Weekly and daily velocity disagree with MOAS happening right now. Like you can catch this high up here, this like $37 or something. Possibly. You already traded the 32. I think it's reasonable to say 37 or maybe 46, but like MOAS where it's going to moon. I disagree with that right now. And you'd be looking for, even for that big trade, you're basing that on probably a coincidence with a depression. I don't know if that's worth trading. I say that because hold on here. I talked about this morning. And there's like talk from there was talk from Elon Musk that they're going to attempt to put us into a recession. Shouldn't last too long, year and a half, maybe 3 at worst. Trump somewhat agreeing with that, tacitly agreeing with that. Rolling down now, trading into the 4-hour. So let's talk about that really quick, because I was trying to hint at that this morning. Hint at it without directly addressing it. So there's like an argument right now from GS and from a lot of high-level traders like Larry Williams and Bob Kendalls and GS and even Tom Lee, I believe. We should like squeeze uncontrollably up into the Q3 of 2025. And that would be like a top like 1929, October of 29. The reason I was saying earlier today to read the books about what was going on in that time period is because in 1918 and 1920, we had the Spanish flu. And we also had COVID in 2019, 2020, 21. And people were all over the place and how we're going to deal with that. We had an example of how we dealt with that in the 2018, 2020, or excuse me, 1918, 1920 Spanish flu. We already had an example of that. Trading down right now. Whoop. Move that over. blasting down to the half-an-hour trigger. My calls are gone, baby. So like we have had examples of this stuff in the past, and we treat these things differently each time we encounter them. So even if you were to look at Hoover is very similar to Trump in a lot of ways, and there was a lot of politics at that time period, a lot of policy, a lot of world events that were similar to what we're going through today. Not quite exactly the same. Trading R1 right now at 606.61. So if you have historians within banks or institutions or hedge funds or whatever, and they're looking back on that time period for insight into not an exact same historical situation, but something similar, they're likely going to go back to playbooks and how they worked or dealt with or against or for a similar type situation, a repeat of history, if not the same, something similar. Hedge funds and banks do that a lot. They do it regularly. They look to similar historical precedents and say, what was the playbook for us making money in that time period? And they actually break those playbooks out to trade just like that. And so if you're talking about like MOAS and stuff like that, and it would have to coincide with some kind of like doom and gloom in the marketplace, of course. I'm assuming that's what MOAS has to do with, right? The mother of all short squeezes, the crashing of our system, and all this other nonsense shit that's talked about. You're likely going to see smarter players in the room go back to that time period way back in 20s and look to see what worked and what didn't work, how they saved themselves, how they made money, how they pulled themselves out, and use that as an example. We live in a time right now that's a lot different than any other time in history. So even though we might encounter similar examples in past history, today in particular, we live in modern our modern time that we have never lived in the past, where we have records of how we acted in those time periods. So I don't know that like when they're aware of like MOAS and stuff, they're aware of it when it comes to GME, that they would allow it to happen. Blow up all the banks. I don't think the banks are going to be like, yeah, we're going to actively allow ourselves to get. There's R1 right there. That we're going to allow ourselves to be roped into blowing ourselves up. You might be like, well, there's nothing they can do about it. And it's like, they can just stop you trading it. They can shut it down. They can just shut the fucking stock down. I mean, how about that as an answer to you? They just delist it. Delisted, we took all your money. I can give you an example of that happening. Is it VVIX? Yeah, VIX of the VIX, right? No, not VVIX. It was I forget what the name of the VIX product was. It was during the first Volmageddon. There was a VIX product. I forget the name of it wasn't anymore, but they just shut it down. They had people that held that shit until it fucking mooned, right? And when they went to settle a week later, they literally sent emails or letters out to people and say, "You're not getting fucking paid. Fuck you." No. So I think the same thing holds true here. I think I would look towards like the first Volmageddon, when a bunch of funds blew up and that product blew up. No one got paid. They said, fuck you, no. And so I would expect the same thing here with MOAS. Think about that. Just look at what blew up, the products, the short VIX ETF funds that blew up during the first Volmageddon. They literally did not pay people. They just said, fuck you, no. You're not getting paid. And I think the same thing applies here with GME. I think even if it was to start to do that, they would just shut it down. Even if it went there, they would literally settle it, and you'd get a notice in your account that says, we're not paying you. How would that feel? What are you going to do? Get outraged and go to the streets and protest? You're going to make a stink about it and let the news placate you for a month or two or 3 months or 6 months? As far as it's going to go. It's not going to go anywhere else. They did. They turned off the buy button last time. I remember. I was there. So, I know. I love James Rowland. It can trade 37, 43, something like that. It can trade higher into next year. I'm not against that. I'm just saying time. Probably take 9 months, or where are we at? December? It's going to take 10 months. 11 months. Are you on that time frame or no? It could happen today. Look, dude, look, this is disgusting. Do I buy more now for tomorrow, or do I wait until the open? You guys have to wait for the open tomorrow to buy more. My only saving grace here is the shit that I've got open to January. I'd be fucking getting annihilated right now. It's my only saving grace. So on GME, look at this bloodbath. I just want to buy this now. Like, we kind of tagged it there. I should have gotten out up here. Hindsight, baby. The GME is a weird thing. Like, it's hard to drink that Kool-Aid. It really is. I think you can get long on GME and make money in GME. I just don't think there's that, like, it's gonna trade. I don't know, $500, $1,000, $1,500. I just don't see it. R1, R2, R4. Now I want to buy this fucking close. God damn it. $17th. So wait. I'm going to try to buy this close. 607. Should wait till the open, but I'm not going to. Let me drop it this much into this bell. $8,000? Fuck no. There's the 4R right there. Parked on the half-an-hour trigger on SPX. Maybe a little bit outside the money. 609. How much is 100 of those fucking things? $2,500. That seems more reasonable, doesn't it? All right, long again. $2,500. They're not giving a fucking penny away. So like MOAS, like it's a hard take. MOAS is like I can't buy into it. I did buy into it before GME ramped, And I was a believer in it as long as the smart people either didn't understand it or didn't understand it and wanted to be sharks until they turned it off. The day they turned it off, that was it. It was over. And it was like that with Volkswagen as well. The moment that it was figured out that it was going to not stop mooning, they turned it off. So, and this was in Germany, not in the U.S. I want to say this was 1980, $2,700. Give me some of my money back. Pay me my fucking money back. I don't know why anybody trades zero dates in this garbage. I got a fucking penny less than I paid. Like funding fucking pools for market makers. So MOAS, I can't get behind it. I'll lose viewers for that. I realize that. If you get MOAS, take it as a cherry and some whipped cream on top. Just don't trade MOAS. Look for lows to buy. Take the money and run when you go up double. If you can buy 20, 25 bucks, trade it in at 30, 40 bucks. Perfect. But to like the MOAS thing bothers me. I saw a lot of people get destroyed in that. Like life savings, second mortgages, you name it. Should have taken the money and ran. It'd be a much more enjoyable experience. Like chasing the dragon for that stuff, I can't get behind it. Or not the promise of MOAS. If you like promise like where it is, where GME is, it's trading $29. Like looking for a target of 30 or 40 bucks, I can get behind that. Maybe 50 wouldn't be too bad. But if it rolls down and like you get a better price, you can get a better price. I mean, people were buying it at $9. Said that wouldn't happen. And it did. Trading 3 times that right now. 29 bucks. I'd be telling you MOAS too. I guess if I owned it at $9, we're telling you the same thing. $30-40, take the money off the table. No worries taking profit. Flat right now. These fucks are gonna keep me flat right into 4 o'clock. And then eat me alive overnight. That's what I noticed last week. They were eating me alive. They were eating me alive in the overnights. Even when I was bottom ticking in the after hours, they're still eating me alive. Trading 27 right now, up 2. These fuckers. It's after the bell now. Listen to me closely on that MOAS stuff. Like, it's okay to, like, if you can buy it at $9, you can buy it at 20, 25, buy it. Weekly velocity right now and daily velocity is not in your favor. Maybe for a squeeze right now, into end of the year, maybe you catch a squeeze, beginning of the year. It is going to roll down, though, again. Weekly and daily velocity says it is. So maybe you catch a squeeze, get out, look for another low, slow grind up over the next 9 or 11 months. But does it get MOAS? Like, I can't say yes to that. I think it's bad. Say that. What are you guys? Dude, I am long this market like fucking. I don't have one trade on the market here. This isn't how I'm trading the market. You guys. I'll be quiet. I stand to make here like 6 figures, high 6 figures. I have a lot of money here. I've had money in the market for 3 weeks now. I'm winning in a big way right now. I'm trading 0 dates here. Well, not the 1 dates right now. Yeah, no. I'm up right now. I'm up significantly right now. I was up significantly earlier today. Should I close that trade? No. Jesus Christ. Okay. What do I do on the 17th when I clear out, take all my money? Should I? I don't know what to say. If we trade 615 on Wednesday, I'm gonna be rich, filthy fucking rich. Okay, I'll see all you guys tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning. I've got some 1 dates on for tomorrow. I was expecting us to go down into the open tomorrow. I don't know if we still do, but it looks like they satisfied it before the close today. So if they satisfied it, maybe we go up tomorrow. We don't even wait. But nothing's really changed here from earlier today. I'm going to show you guys the expectations here so you can see it. Show you guys this before we go. Keep on pumping. Here, all this stuff over here. We got the keep on pumping trade going on. We got the trade here. Look for another rip tomorrow, and then a squeeze Wednesday, Thursday in the marketplace. It looks like they satisfied this. Like this looks satisfied to me. They dropped this down and wicked this. Maybe they grind us down here into tomorrow's open. Then we go up. Price target tomorrow should be 6. 608.30 tomorrow. 608.30 for a price target on tomorrow. Should be another day we just drive higher. I've got some calls on for tomorrow already. It's early, but I do have some calls on to take that trade up here. I've got 609, so they're a little bit out of the money. They're probably not going to print those, but if I can get out at some point in the middle of the morning, middle of the afternoon, I will. And then we should start heading higher into the 23rd to 615, and then sell the fuck out of the market over here. I'll see all of you guys tomorrow at 9:30. I'm going to keep trying to get on here at 9:30. I have some technical stuff I got to do after the close today. You might see a stream pop up. I got to change some of my background stuff. I kind of fucked up, I think. I'm running 720p or something. You guys can't read everything. So I'm going to try to get back to 1080p if I can for tomorrow. I'm going to put this back up here. What time is it? 1600? Right there.